Zagazow, ziggazow, zagazow. Anyhow, bad man now, zagazow, ziggazow, zagazow. Anyhow, be the man of my day, you know. Zagazow, ziggazow, zagazow. Neptune make number one tune, yeah. Zagazow, ziggazow, zaga, yeah. Zagazow, zagazow. Be the man of the girls, them sugar. The girls, them world class lover. The girls, them need this nigga. When me love them, shape and figure. Yeah, the man, them where the girl admire. Got the girl that make them ball out for Jaja. And I me got the girls, them power. You be cool and my sing by the hour.
The stars at the sky for you.
Zaga, zaga, zaga.
There's nothing in this world that I wouldn't do.
Wow, wow.
If I could be your girl.
Zaga, 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 zaga.
If I could be your girl.
Excuse me baby, but I will just have to tell you this. It's been a while since I done my in your tenderness. Your Coca-Cola bottle shape and all the cherry lips. I know you alone, me want to hug love up and then lick it. And I want to show you I'm a man that's very romantic. But you's a favorite, choose a girl as well, me never itch. Nothing got you, you see me now, now you me want to shit. But listen when me sing this, not a ticket. In the man of the girls, them sugar. The girls, them world class lover. Me love them shape and figure. You know them need this nigga. Yeah, them and them where the girls them admire. Where the girls them love me by the hour. When they come with the girls them power. Suck it down and hear when my all
The stars at the sky for you.
There's
There's nothing in this world that I wouldn't do. If I could be your girl.
Zagaza,
If I could be your girl.
Let's sing again, baby.
The stars at the sky for you.
Yeah.
There's nothing in this world that I wouldn't do.
Zagaza.
If I could be your girl.
Alright, cool, alright, yeah.
If I could be your girl.
Yeah, man, switch it. One cup of water and 3 sour line. You a John mine, me a Joe grind. You give her the money and me kill her with the wine. When you're there work, she there on your mind. But she there your Neptune's gate at daytime. Clash! When I write me and I call me and I tell me that my brother Richie Poe just hit the jackpot. But to the fashion and the ways and the style we got. Be the man of the girls, them sugar. The girls, them world class lover. The girls, them need this nigga. Me love them shape and figure. Love the girl, them buy that hour. Make them ball and cry for them mother. Now you know me have the girl, them power. Who no cool and listen my heart to say.
Angel,
Zaga, 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 zaga.
you're my love.
Yeah.
Angel,
Yeah.
wanna be your wife.
Yeah.
Angel,
Zaga, 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 zaga.
Angel,
Yeah.
you and I explore.
So what you say?
The stars at the sky.
I will do the same. Zaga, zaga, zaga.
There's nothing in this world that I wouldn't do.
Yeah.
If I could be your girl. If I could be your girl.
Yeah. Zaga, zaga.
The stars at the sky for you. There's nothing in this world that I wouldn't do.
Yeah.
If I could be your girl.
Wow. Yeah.
If I could be your girl.
Beanie Man, Maya. That's right. That's right. Come on. That's right. Let's go. Don't stop. Yeah. I like that. Come on. Bad boy.
When you walk by every night. Alright. Peace and Black Power family. It's your boy Psychopath and your girl Renee. Black action. Now I mean, with another RBG pill show. What's really hood out there, family? Yeah, what's going on? Let me get some ones out there. Let's make sure y'all can hear me clearly. Now I mean, I'll try not to mute myself again this week. Well, like I did earlier this week, I should say. Let me get some shout outs while I'm waiting. Let's see. Shout out to Brandon, what up? Shout out to Bitcoin, Back to Love, excuse me, what's going on? Nappy Yankee was good. Mika was good. Ron 314 was going on. Dina was going on. Who else? Aisha Baz. See, Mr. Nova. Pookie, what up? Mr. Rudd. Shout out to everybody else out there might be listening come through. So your seeds was good. Yeah, what's going on, family? What's good? Renee, what's going on with you? How you tonight?
I'm good. You all right?
Yeah, I'm good. Okay. I apologize for not playing the proper version. I thought that was the version for ODB. I see you bitching up in the chat. I'm like, yeah, she bad over there. I'm like, I thought that was the version of ODB too. I was like, oh shit. Yeah, my fault.
I feel cheated. I was like, hey.
Like, where's D and Mariah?
But I kind of knew something. I was like, dang, because in the very, very beginning of the song, you can hear him, doing little ad-libs and stuff. So I was like, I didn't hear that. I'm like,
You already. But yeah, what's going on though? How you today?
I'm good. Peace, y'all. Peace to the chat. Peace to everybody listening. Everybody who will listen, we appreciate y'all tuning in or whatnot. If you can, please share the show. But yeah, so we gonna get it in tonight. It's storming here. It's like raining really heavy right now. So hopefully it's no technical difficulties or whatnot. But yeah. So y'all, we gonna talk about kind of like a hot topic, somewhat. I don't know. I didn't really. I guess it's a hot topic, but anyway, I saw a Nick Cannon's interview on the Breakfast Club earlier this week, and I was like, oh, okay, because I was like, let me just click on it real quick and just hear, what he's talking about, because he's been in the news lately for the whole baby mama stuff and all that. But y'all know Nick Cannon been in the news a lot the last couple years. So, but anyway, so I heard the what he was saying in the interview, and I was like, oh yeah, I definitely want to talk about this. So I pulled Psycho in on it. So yeah, we're gonna get it in tonight about y'all man Nick Cannon.
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, you want to get ready to play the little small smidgen of what he said. Yeah. So you want to give a skinny first before I play it?
Yeah, it kind of speaks for itself in terms of, y'all know Nick Cannon, he's on his I don't know what thing. In other words, like if it's a religious confusion, a racial confusion, a whatever, all mishmashed together. And so he's saying what he does not subscribe to in terms of marriage. So yeah.
Yeah, definitely. So we're gonna go ahead and listen to him so we can hear him word for word. This is a little small snippet of the interview, and then we're gonna come back and we're gonna discuss it. So let's get into it, family.
The guy, we are the Breakfast Club. We got a special guest in the building.
Our guy,
Nick Cannon.
We here.
Or as the streets say, Nick No Condom Cannon.
That's right.
Is that what they say? The fertilizer.
The fertilizer.
How many kids do you want, Nick? How many do you want?
Man, honestly, I always used to joke around. I was like, I wanted the 12 is that the 12 tribes. Like I was really but somewhere 10 to 12, I wouldn't be
Why
mad
so
at.
many? Just
You got so many too.
I got 5 and 1 on the way, so I'm gonna have 6, but I'm stopping there.
Really?
I'm gonna stop.
Are you sure? Is it the beauty of fatherhood, man? When you really talk about like the essence of living in as a father too, man. I've learned so much just from my children, man. Like, and it's so amazing, and I really just love being around my kids and just that youthful energy. It feels like you get to relive every time. And
all the time. I love that.
And I think because, I've been through so much in my life, physically, mentally, and spiritually, like the best place that I find is the time that I spend with my kids and the energy, and to get as much of that as possible, to pass on, all that I've lived into something else. That's why I do it, man.
It's not the number of kids, though. I guess people question the different baby mothers. That's what it is.
Why do people question that? I mean, because that's a Eurocentric concept when you think about the ideas of like you're supposed.
All right, family, we got a little issue with the stream. All right, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I just got a notification. All right, give me 1 second. I'm coming. We're going to have to play the audio. I'll play the audio. I'll probably have to go through some bullshit later, but that's all right. Let's get into it, family. Let's see. Let me see. All right, let's go.
Just one person for the rest of your life, and really that's just a classified property when you think about it. I mean, like when you go into that mindset, if we really talking that talk, like just the idea that a man should have one woman, we shouldn't have anything. I have no ownership over this person. Like if we really talking about how we coexist and how we populate, it's about what exchange can we create together. So I've never really subscribed to that mentality. You know what I mean? I understand the institution of marriage and stuff, but if we go back to what that was about, that was the classified property. That was because a father gave another man his daughter for land. So when you really get to that concept, it's like, all right, well, we got to change all of this up because I don't want ownership over anybody. I don't have ownership of any of the mothers or like we create families in that sense of we created a beautiful entity. So I get into it because I don't, those are the concepts that a lot of people, because we're so indoctrinated into it, be like, we have to have it this way. I'm not, I don't subscribe to that. I actually think women are blessing us. Those women and all women are the ones that open themselves up to say, I would like to allow this man in my world, and I will birth this child. So it ain't my decision. I'm following suit. So
I respect that game you running on them ladies. Wow, Nick, that's what you spitting? That's the dream you selling? Wow.
So the women that
they're the ones that making the choice.
So the women you have in a relationship with, they don't mind that
every woman that I deal with or dealt with, obviously my life is on Front Street at all times. They know how I feel, and it usually is a concept. Like I'm not going around like who I'm gonna impregnate next. Like nah, it's usually scenarios and like that's the thing. People say certain things in the public, but when you really look at how a family infrastructure is designed, the woman is the one that always leads and makes the decisions.
I agree wholeheartedly. I say that all the time. I say that we had to do some real societal brainwashing to make people believe that men were the actual leaders. Yeah. But just by nature, you can look and see women run everything.
Yeah, and the only thing we have brute force. That's about it. And even now, that's changing drastically. And we've used our brute force to brainwash society to think that we're the overpowering or the one that controls just because maybe we can physically move something.
Women
lead. And in every scenario that I've had, I step back and say, how do you want to do this? And it's sad because a lot of people will be like, man, how is he convincing these women? I'm like, I'm the one that's in the scenario to where I have to follow suit on what they decide.
Well, I've heard people say that they think you having all these kids with different women is selfish because you can't possibly give the time to all of the different kids.
Again, time is a man-made construct. When you if we're talking quantity over quality, I mean everybody knows the difference between that. I mean, I grew up in an unorthodox household, so I do understand. Oh man, I wish my father was there more. I wish my mother was there more. I grew up, a lot of times where my grandmother was the matriarch. So I understand the purpose of that, but it truly is, and not to, because I don't have to prove myself to nobody, but anybody who knows me, man, and every single one of my kids, I'm at every basketball game, at every martial arts practice, and people don't understand how I do it, but that's literally, my children are my priority. And we know big families, we know people who got 10, 12 brothers and sisters who live in the same house, some who don't. It's all about being present. And I always say, for all of those people that say, man, there's no way he can do it, sit back and watch.
Now listen, you've been married before. You were married to an icon, Miss Mariah Carey.
That's still my wife. No.
See, that's your property. See what I'm saying? So when did you get to this mindset? Because I know you ain't say that to Mariah.
No, you know what's beautiful about it, and again, people don't really understand Mariah. And if you look at how she moves, Mariah was never a big believer in marriage either. When you look at, because she was in some scenarios in her past where there was some overpowering, the hierarchy of a relationship.
Oh yeah.
Because she got married early on, really young, so that skewed some views to where she no longer wanted to be in scenarios like that. So when we first got down and met, we came into like, we don't believe in marriage, you know what I mean? And then it got to a space like, man, we have a lot of similar beliefs, so let's have some fun with this. Let's embrace it. And people probably won't believe it, but I remember the first time that we hung out, we had a conversation like, man, how cool would it be, you know what I mean, if we were to get married, have like a boy and a girl, and like really spoke everything into existence. And like, you know what, and even if it didn't work out, we could still remain friends and be like the best of friends and just make sure we raise our kids together. Literally like first date conversation, kind of talked and designed what our whole world to be. And that's why we can, even to this point, be on the same page. I mean, I'm a lot more vocal than she is because she's a lot more private than I am, but a lot of the stuff because it's an evolved mentality, man. It's like when you understand energy and frequency.
And there y'all go, family. Y'all got to hear for yourselves. And I believe Renee got something else she wanted to add to this article, I believe.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and read this article before we get into what we just heard. But yeah, y'all, so this article comes from Yahoo News, from The Insider. Nick Cannon said monogamy is a Eurocentric concept that he doesn't subscribe to. Okay. Nick Cannon said that he doesn't subscribe to monogamy when asked about his children with multiple women on the Breakfast Club radio show. The Wild 'N Out host and creator clarified to the host of the Breakfast Club, Charlamagne the God, Angela Yee, and DJ Envy, although Angela wasn't there, about how he feels about relationships after the recent birth of his 7th child. When Charlamagne said people, quote, question why the TV personality has kids with multiple women, Cannon responded, but why do people that? What? I think it means, but why do people do that? Okay. That's a Eurocentric concept when you think about the ideas of you're supposed to have this one person for the rest of your life, Cannon added. And really, that's just to classify property when you think about it. Cannon continued, I don't have ownership of any of the mothers. We create families in the sense of we created a beautiful entity. It's about what exchange can we create together. I've never really subscribed to that mentality. I understand the institution of marriage if we go back to what that was about. Cannon had 7 children with 4 different women. 4 of the children were born within less than a year since last December. He previously said on his Power 106 Los Angeles radio show that he was, quote, having these kids on purpose. On the Breakfast Club, Cannon also clarified that it's the women in his relationships who are choosing to have children with him. Those women, and all women, are the ones that open themselves up to say, I would like to allow this man in my world and I will birth his child. So it ain't my decision. I'm just following suit, he said. They know how I feel. I'm not going around like, who am I gonna impregnate next? The woman is always the one who leads and makes the decision. Kenny is a father to twins with his ex-wife Mariah Carey, 2 children with Brittany Bell, and twins again with DJ Abby De La Rosa. The host's youngest child is with model Alyssa Scott, who was born in June. And then they have the other article on the inside. Okay, so we just pretty much heard that and what he said. And the article just kind of clarified who were the mothers, the fact that some of these children all came within a year. So he was clearly, double dipping and doing all of the above. So I thought this would be a really, good topic to discuss, because within the context of the, we can hear your fan and stuff, but within the context of the, conscious community, if you will, it's been a lot of discussion surrounding, polygyny, not polygamy. Polygamy can mean male or female. What's mostly discussed overwhelmingly is polygyny, which is a man having multiple, quote, wives, okay? So, that's really what's discussed within the quote unquote conscious community, if you will. And so we know there's people who are popular for, the concept of having multiple women, multiple children by multiple women. And we know just even outside of that, within the community itself, within the Black community itself, Papa was a Rolling Stone. I mean, it goes way back in the community of, men having, as Nick Cannon kind of spoke, multiple families with multiple women. So, I just thought this was a really good thing to talk about right now, because I feel like the concept of multiple wives is being talked about more recently. I'm seeing it being picked up more with people like KS talking about, man can have, he should have the right to choose this, that, and the other. And if he wants to be with another woman or this, that, and the other. You have recently the whole situation with YP, okay? And, some things about that that were put out there in terms of him wanting multiple women or having multiple women and all of these kinds of things. So, it's definitely a relevant conversation. And it's so crazy because it's a whole dichotomy, because on the one hand, you hear so many people when they talk about the Black community and they talk about the problems in the Black community, besides the typical, what about Black on Black crime? So-called supposed Black on Black crime. Aside from that, you always hear about, the fatherless home or single mother homes and that people aren't getting married, they're just having children and this, that, and the other. So it's interesting that on one hand, you have that talked about in the community and that being blamed for a lot of things. And then on the other hand, you have the prevalence of people having a mentality like Nick Cannon. So I think it's just a good thing to get into and discuss. Now, here's the thing, right? Because I want to get into this whole thing about, marriage being a Eurocentric concept. And first, I want to say, I think it was a part in the clip, a part that wasn't on the clip that's in the interview, where when he was first asked about this whole thing by Charlemagne, he said something like he wanted to have his 12 tribes or something to that effect. And so most of us know what that means, right? So we know there's Hebrew Israelites, and they subscribe to this whole 12 tribes philosophy, okay? And they subscribe to the notion that if you have sex with a woman, she's your wife. Now, he wasn't necessarily saying the wife word, but he definitely was speaking in terms of like the other kind of concepts that the Hebrew Israelites had. And he, to me, comes off as somebody who definitely seems very spiritually confused and racially confused. Because again, here we go with this whole dichotomy. On one hand, he's saying how marriage is a Eurocentric concept. On the other hand, and Psycho can put some of these pictures up now if he wants to, but on the, you can put them up, Psycho. But on the other hand, the women that he's having children with are Eurocentric. So wait, let me get this right. So Eurocentrism is bad when it comes to marriage, but it's good when it comes to women you're having children with. So this is like the confusion. This is the confusion I see a lot of people, you know, if you want to say in the conscious community or whatever. This is some of the things that I see in here, that, you know, they come up with these kind of things that they don't really think all the way through. They don't really process because it doesn't make any sense. Clearly you value Eurocentrism because you're dealing with women who heavily favor that. You're not dealing with women who really, really reflect you as a Black man. I mean, we know Mariah Carey, who, you know, he had his first 2 children with. Mariah Carey is a quadroon. She's like a 4th Black. That means she's overwhelmingly white. She's overwhelmingly white. So Eurocentrism was okay with her. Her being Eurocentric was cool, but not marriage though, right? And then you have the other women, and I think even, you know, the most recent baby mama, she's really Eurocentric. So it's like, it doesn't make any sense. And it's just all over the place. And I thought Charlamagne was really on point when he said, so this is the game that you're running? You know, he made some different comments that I found to be funny. So it's like he is absolving himself of any real responsibility for these children he's making by multiple different mothers. He's absolving himself of that by blaming the women, by dumping it on the women. And let me say this, let me make this clear. I am in no way saying that the women don't have responsibility. They know who he is. They know how he get down, especially now, maybe the first one after Mariah, that might have been different because she came after he had been married and had 2 children with his wife. So, okay, that's more understandable. Okay, maybe something happened the first one after. But the first child, let me be clear, because I think with 2 of them, he had 2 children. Well, one of them he had 2 children, one of them he had twins with. So the first, and I think it was the second lady who he had 2 children with. So with that first child after Mariah, okay, anybody can say, hey, you know, I thought he was a marrying type of man. You know, maybe things happened and, you know, we didn't end up getting married, but I thought he was that type of man. He was divorced. He had been married before, blah, 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 right? But then they had another baby and okay. Then the other lady who had the twins, like okay. You know now what's up. You know now that he had 2 children with another woman that he did not marry. So then you got in line for that. And then the 4th baby mama, she really got in line for it because now she knows the pattern. People have been talking about, you know, Nick Cannon and kind of how he was getting down. And I'm pretty sure she heard things, saw things with him, you know, multiple women or whatnot. So she really, really made the choice to get involved in that. So I don't completely disagree with him in terms of like saying that the women open themselves up. But the way he's saying it, I just follow suit. That's putting all the onus on the women. That's saying, hey, I'm just there. You know, you can't blame me. That's them. No, it's both of y'all that's making the choice. And, you know, it's a lot of things to process with that because, yes, he's somebody who has wealth. Yes, he's somebody, and he talked in that interview too about how his children will never have to need for anything in life. He was like, especially, I think their names are Maroc and Monroe, I think, who are the two children with Mariah Carey. You know, he was like, they'll never have to worry about anything money-wise in their life. And okay, cool. But in terms of like the family unit though, what about that? Like, what about that? That's missing because, and you know, when Charlamagne asked him like, well, you know, because people say, how are you able to be a father? You know, how can you really be an effective father when you have children, 7 children by 4 different women? How? And Nick Cannon has Wildin' Out, right? He has his radio show, and he does the other show, the Masked Singer or something like that. Y'all know what I'm talking about.
Did he lose Wildin' Out?
No, it came back. It's back.
Oh, okay.
Yep, they picked it back up. So he's back hosting. I think they just had their new shows just came out like a week or two ago. So he's back on Wildin' Out. He's, like I said, doing his radio show. I think he does that like every day during like Monday through Friday or something like that. And he's doing the other show on like Fox or whatever. So, and he has, you know, his company and whatever else he has going on. So explain that. How are you able to really be an effective father? Like, what if something's going on with 2 of your children at the same time, and you got to do your radio show, and you got to go film today for Fox, and you got to do Wildin' Out tomorrow, and you got to fly over here and fly over there? Like, okay, how do you make that work? And then he's saying like, oh, I don't miss this, I don't miss that, you know, different events that his children have. Well, his children right now are still very young. So the older 2 that he has with Mariah, they may have more stuff going on. So right now he's just mainly dealing with those 2. But what about the other 5? Like, as they get older and they start doing more things and are involved in more things, how are you going to be able to spread your time around and your energy around while still trying to make money to provide, still trying to make money to keep wealth in their hands, while still trying to run your company? How? Like, that's crazy. It's crazy. And so, you know, I just think it's something to be said about this whole thing, because a lot of people will make the argument that, well, he has money. Yeah, he's got money, but time is important too. And he said something in that clip that was so funny and so hilarious. I was cracking up when I first heard it, when he said that time is a man-made concept. What? How in the hell is time a man-made concept? Explain that to me. When you're born, okay, first of all, let's do this.
Technically, he's right. Technically, he is right.
So? How so?
But time is a man-made concept.
Wait, let me finish what I'm saying. If your mother, okay, so a woman gets pregnant, right? Doesn't it take a certain period of time for that baby to be fully developed, to be able to be birthed into the world and be able to survive? Does that not take a period of time to develop?
It's an estimated time, right? It's not as exact science, right? It's estimated. It takes roughly around 9 months, right? But it's not an exact science though, right? Like it could be 2 weeks. It could be 2 weeks before the due date or 2 weeks after the due date, and it's still considered on time, right? Like so. Okay. Yeah.
But that doesn't disprove what I said.
No, I was just saying time is technically a man-made concept. That's
I don't.
That's why you
agree
got
with
leap
that.
years and daylight savings time and all that. That's all man-made.
I mean, okay, now I don't disagree with that part. Like, if you want to talk about daylight savings or certain things like that, okay, cool. I can get with that. However, in general, time is not man-made. It's a reality. It takes a certain period of time for a baby, from what goes from the sperm into the egg to a fully developed, viable child that can come into the world. That takes a certain amount of time. If time didn't exist, even if it's an estimate, it might be estimated time, but it's still time. Just like all of us, there was a period of time when we were little children, where we were 3 and 4 years old, and then you're not 3 and 4 anymore. Is that not time? Like, what is that then? If time is man-made, then
it's time, but it's definitely time. But as far as like how we keep time, that's man-made. Like the whole concept of months and hours and minutes, the whole concept of all that. Right. That's like it's like we are only the age we are because of the time that we the time lapses that we created, right? Like, but
that's also based on, revolutions around the sun. Around the sun. So
right.
there is a.
That's how we decided to determine time, right?
Right, but there's a basis for it.
Right.
In other words, you're not going to stay the same forever. No, you age. It progresses. Whether or not people came up with the idea of a day, 24 hours, is a day. And then this is a week, this is a month, this is a year. I get that. I get that those are terms that people created and people developed, and people said, well, this is how we're going to account for whatever, in terms of like a baby developing, 40 weeks, right? I get all of that, and it's estimated and everything. I get that, but I'm just saying, aside from that part, which I understand and I agree, time is still a reality. Yeah. We're not going to be here forever. No, right? Nobody lives forever, so you're going to eventually die. So time is a reality. How we quantify it may be something that humans can determine, but that doesn't change it from being a real thing, is what I'm saying. So that was kind of my point on that. So when he was saying, time is a man-made thing, yeah, but like in terms of, so him being a dad and having enough time like for all his children, right? How does that happen? Because this is my thing. I get people like Nick Cannon, they come up with these things and they say, well, this is a construct, and that's a social construct. Well, we live in a society. That's just a reality of what it is. I understand man said 24 hours, but it's still 24 hours. That's just what it is right now. That's just what it is. So you can't make your own time schedule and your own calendar. That's just not realistic. It's just not real. So you still need to have so much sleep. You still need to have so much of everything else going on.
I agree with that.
So it's not like you don't need sleep, you don't need nothing. You could just go forever. And I'm over here with this child, and I'm over here, and I'm there and that. No, that's not realistic. So I feel like him saying that was it was some BS at the end of the day. And it was just like, it was really some stuff that Charlamagne said, like, it's game. And Nick Cannon, I feel like, is running a whole lot of game. And, I understand, he was married and whatever happened with that marriage, but I feel like the things he's saying now and doing now are irresponsible. It's his choice, and this is just my own opinion about it, but I think it's irresponsible, especially the way that he's speaking about it. Because I just don't think that you can really be an effective father especially so busy like that with that many different women. And on the outside, people can think, oh, well, you know, he got money, so that makes everything good. No, it doesn't. You have different mothers who may not get along, and they're going to be the ones who do most of the caretaking of the children. They're going to be the ones most involved with the children. Your children also, as siblings, may not have as much time together to get to know each other, to grow, to develop together and bond together, because they're in different households with different women. And some women may have a certain opinion about another woman or whatever. And there's a lot of different issues that come up into this. So when people try to paint these kind of scenarios as like everything's all good, I disagree with that concept. And, you know, in terms of him talking about like a dowry, you know, the idea of that, he spoke on as well in the interview, and that, you know, a man had to give this to the father and whatnot for, you know, his daughter, and the idea of property and things like that. Now, you know, marriage in today's time, it is economic, but it's also quote unquote romantic. It's also social. It has a lot of components to it. So I understand when people make the argument about the financial aspects. But let's not forget, we live in a capitalist country. So money is important. Assets are important. Finances are important. Wasn't it a song, Ain't No Romance Without Finance, or something like that? So that's a reality, right? Nobody can live for free. So when people tend to get together, they tend to pool resources. So in, you know, most two-parent homes now, both parents work. And that's just kind of the nature of society, that you pretty much need two incomes in a home to have a, you know, comfortable lifestyle. And sometimes not even that, you're still really struggling. But again, because it's a capitalist system, it's all about money. Finances are important. So I think just diminishing marriage down just to that concept alone, I don't tend to agree with that. Because it's a real thing. You gotta eat, you gotta have a roof over your head, you gotta be able to take care of your children. And I just think it's a far easier process if it is two parents. And I think that's ideal, but it's not always realistic. And so let me say that too, because I'm not somebody who's like, everybody need to go and get married. These are just my own opinions based on, you know, what I heard and what he was speaking on. I think it's ideal that people have a two-parent home with the mother and father intact in the family unit. But that's not necessarily realistic, because relationships break up, you know, things happen, life happens, people move on. It's a whole number of things. And yes, wouldn't it be so great and lovely that everybody was financially set when they had a child, and they were stable, and they were already married and had a home and could have a college fund. But that's not real life though. It's always gonna be something going on. So I'm not one of those people that's in some fairy tale land about that either, but I just think that making a lot of the excuses I felt like he was making to speak against marriage, it was just kind of crazy. Why not just say, look, I don't want to be married. I mean, just be straight up about it, okay? I don't want to be married. See what he's doing? He's trying to put, and I hate to say this because I hate when people do this and they say the whole hotep thing, because hotep is not a slur. Like, hotep is a greeting, and people take it and they try to use it as a slur, insult, and everything. But in this case, he was trying to throw all of that in, you know, to try to make it sound good, to try to put a pretty kente cloth bow on top of it. And we'll see, And then the woman could see the Eurocentrism, see, brother. Because see, what had happened is when I said the mother, dude, look, just keep it a buck. Like, I want to have sex with many different women. I want to have children with many different women. I don't want to be married to any woman. I don't want to be tied down with anybody. I'm not going to get up here and do the whole Eurocentric tap dance. I'm not going to get up here and talk about, oh, we came together to create this entity and this spiritual thing and all this stuff. No, just keep it a buck and say what it is. Just because you got a turban on and whatever else you got going on. Like, man, come on. Like, really? It's game at the end of the day. It's game. And it's different types of game out here. And yeah, there is a quote unquote hotep game because, you know, as women, we may tend to think that the men who are more, I don't even want to say Afrocentric, but who may be more in touch culturally, or even some that are supposed to be spiritual or whatever, you might tend to believe that those guys are not really players, or they wouldn't really be F-boys, or they wouldn't really, you know, because they bring it to you in such a way. And queen, you know what I'm saying? Because I know he done called them queens. I know he done said all of those kinds of things. So it comes across different versus a guy who's like, man, hell no, I ain't getting married to nobody. I ain't doing this. Look, if you gonna do this, you gonna do that. You gonna have my baby, oh well. You gonna have my baby, that's that. I ain't marrying you. You know, it's a certain thing. Women, you know, are like, what? You know, they feel offended by a man saying those kind of things, and rightfully so, you know, but just because, you know, it's kind of cleaned up and he try to make it sound good, it doesn't mean, you know, that doesn't mean it's not game. That doesn't mean that he's still not doing the same kind of thing. So I think that in this situation, it's definitely, you know, two sides to the story, because like I said, the women definitely have responsibility here as well. But Nick is the one in the spotlight, and Nick is the one who was being interviewed, and Nick is the one who made these kinds of comments. He went on to say that the women lead, right? And he was saying about, you know, women opening themselves up, and he just follows suit, and that they are making the choice. And I agree with that. But so is he. Because let's just say this, right? What if it all went bad? Now, I don't know if he's on child support or any of that, right? But let's just say currently he's not, because he probably, you know, takes care of the different women, and he takes care of, you know, the children for sure. So, but let's just say some stuff went down and things really, really, really went left. And let's say that somebody went and fouled on him and they was able to just, you know what I'm saying, get bank off of him. Should we feel bad for Nick Cannon at that point? Because this was also a choice that he made. It was also a choice that, you know, these women, whatever, something could happen at any given time, and then they might go to the court. And, you know, even though he is somebody that has, you know, accumulated wealth, look how easily things went left, though. Because here's the thing. If he did have so much money, right? If he did have so much money, why didn't he own Wildin' Out? If y'all remember, when that whole thing went down. And he was still like, he wasn't really getting the whole pie. He was maybe getting a slice, but he wasn't getting the whole pie. And a lot of people were very surprised that he actually didn't have the real ownership of Wildin' Out. So while it may seem, and in this day and age, the entertainment industry is fickle. So one day somebody could be up and things could be going really, really well. And then tomorrow something can come out about them, or a certain company goes on, or whatever. And then it's something different. So it's like, yeah, he has money right now, but let's say some stuff went down and then they went to the court and filed. It was like, yeah, I need my money. And he's like, I ain't really got no more money. My money's gone. This happened. It dried up, whatever. Okay, then what? So I think it's just like a lot of irresponsibility on his end. And I just think he's not really keeping it a buck about what it really is. He's just trying to make it sound good, so people don't look at him as a bad guy. You know, that people still try to see him, because Nick Cannon's whole image was based off of being the good guy. His image was based off of being like, you know, kind of corny. You know, he wasn't the thug. He wasn't out here, you know, just cussing women out and doing all of these kinds of things. And people thought he was like, oh, the sweet guy who's really, really nice and respects women and those kind of things. And so that's what he made his bread and butter off of. So I think a lot of him, and I'm not saying he's a bad guy or anything like that at all, but I'm just saying, I think a big part of him, he still wants people to feel that about him. So I think him trying to explain it and kind of put the kente cloth bow on it is an attempt to do that as well, because that's mainly what his image is a good image. I remember when he did like his stand-up or whatever, and he was, I guess, going in on Eminem or whatever like that. It was still so kind of like PG. It was still kind of like PG-13. It was still, you know what I mean? Like, so, yeah. So I think he still wants people to have the image of him. Now he was saying, you know, he don't have ownership over women and things like that. Okay. But then when Mariah was brought up, you know, he act like he was joking, but he was like, that's still my wife. Wait a minute, though. And that's what Charlamagne was like, wait, I thought you know, wasn't no ownership. And it was kind of weird, because he was like, well, you know, Mariah didn't really want those things, but y'all got married. Like, I don't get that. Like, you claim y'all wasn't on that, but y'all still got married. So I guess she did want that. You know, I guess you did want that at a particular time, and that's okay. But anyway, I'm gonna pass the mic because I've been talking for a minute. I'm gonna let Psycho go, and then I'm gonna come back and I wanna talk a little bit about the whole, give some points about marriage or whatnot, in terms of the whole basis of marriage or foundation of marriage in America. But I'll pass the mic.
Yeah, yeah, you know, we was talking, you know, me and Renee was going back and forth about, you know, time and, you know, whether or not that was a social construct and everything else. And, you know, technically, you know, like time exists, but, you know, our concept of time, the way, you know, we keep time here on this planet or whatever the case may be, that part is social. You know, that's why you got different time zones and daylight savings, and that's why it could be about to be 9 o'clock where Renee's at, but it's about to be 10 o'clock here. You know, like all that social construct. But like we mentioned many times when discussing social constructs, this is a bad argument. Saying something is a social construct is never a good argument, right? Even though he's correct, that does not make it a good argument what he's trying to say, because everything within society is a social construct, even the way we keep time, like just mentioned. So that's really not saying anything, right? Like, that's not really addressing the issues. When you start talking about how things are a social construct, it's fun banter for philosophy purposes or whatever the case may be, going back and forth about that. You know, it's good intellectual, you know, sparring or whatever the case, but it's a bad argument when trying to prove something, right? Because it's not the end all do all. It's ridiculous, you know. And it's also just like when people say race is a social construct, he kind of used it as a scapegoat to kind of try to avoid talking about what the actual topic was. You know, he kind of just tried to use it as a drop the mic moment and boom, it's over with. And nah, dog, stop. Don't use that social construct excuse as a good argument to actually, you know, justify the shit you say. That's ridiculous, right? So I hate when people talk that social construct shit and think that's actually saying something. It's ridiculous. But yeah, you know, he started off, you know, the interview, the beginning of the interview, or at least the clip that we listened to, speaking about, you know, talking his Hebrew stuff, you know, talking about he was looking to, you know, try to start, you know, his own 12 tribes and everything else. And, you know, having multiple wives is a thing within the Hebrew tradition, right? When discussing the Hebrew Israelites, right? And, you know, they definitely believe in having multiple wives. They definitely believe in claiming multiple women as theirs. You know, polygamy is a thing within that community, right? Now, I'm not here, you know, I'm not here to judge motherfuckers as far as, you know, whether or not, you know, they should or shouldn't be in a polygamous relationship. I don't promote it. It's not something I think is in people's best interest. But I'm not going to judge people if that's what they decide to do, and that's what all parties agree upon, and they can somehow make it work, then more power to them, right? I question if it will work. I don't think it's the best thing to do, but that's just my personal opinion. And again, I'm not going to, you know, berate anybody who's currently involved in that type of situation. I would just say it's something I wouldn't advise, me personally. You know, I don't think these are good for long-term purposes. I've seen it work in long-term, but not more times than not, I've seen it not work. So, you know, I just going off the averages, I just don't advise it, me personally. But, you know, he said the whole marriage thing is Eurocentric philosophies and everything else. And, you know, yeah, this is something else that I think is a kind of a play on words and everything, because, you know, he's speaking he's speaking again from a spiritual standpoint, right? And like, people pick and choose what they want to stay true to when discussing the Bible, right? They pick and choose, right? Because nobody on this planet follows the Bible word for word, verbatim. Let me state that. I know people will tell you, yes, I follow every word of the Bible. I follow all the laws, all the commandments, everything. Bullshit. They are not following everything in the Bible verbatim. I can prove it. I can prove it to anybody and show them how they are not following that Bible verbatim, but they will pick and choose the stuff that they're going to take verbatim and follow strictly, right? So, you know, they take certain things in the Bible that allow you to have multiple wives, and they hang on to this, right? And, you know, it's a way to suck in spiritual women, right? I mean, like, you know, overly spiritual women, right? Like zealots, right? And it's a lot of those in our community, because black women are the most spiritual women on the planet, bar none, right? So it's a lot of strongly, deeply rooted spiritual women out here who, and a lot of them are spiritually confused, right? And Nick Cannon is a spiritually confused Negro. Nick Cannon don't know what the fuck he want to be. 1 minute he want to be a Hebrew, next minute he want to be a Moor, then he want to be down with the nation, Then he's claiming to be 5%. Then this motherfucker claiming to be a Kimite. This motherfucker all over the place. He don't know what the fuck he is spiritually, right? But see, weirdo shit like that is attractive to some black women, right? A lot of black women get attracted to that type shit. That spiritual confusion, that's an attractive trait to certain black women, right? Because, you know, they feel like this motherfucker got some kind of secret special knowledge, right? Because he studied and grasped all these ideologies and kind of meshed all this pseudo kooky nonsense all into one big pot of gumbo and stirred it up and created, he created his own shit, right? Where he get to pick and pride and a little bit of this and a little bit of that, and yeah, this makes sense, and yeah, I could mess with this many women with this shit, and I can do this, and they just pick and choose, and because he don't know what the fuck he is, family. And this is very popular in our community, having these spiritually confused Negroes, these Gnostics that run around here claiming they know every fucking thing. These pantheists run around here acting like, the universe is God, and they're going, i.e. all these guys is all the same God, all universally rolled up into one, and I'm going to embrace all this shit, right? We got a lot of kooky ass shit floating around like that, and women get attracted to that dumb shit, right? So they start feeding into the nonsense about, God told me to have multiple wives, because this is what God told me. This is written in books. Look at every faith. Look. It all says God granted him multiple wives. Look. If you're a Muslim, you're going to get about 400 virgins. You're going to get about 400 virgins chilling up there with Muhammad. You're supposed to have multiple wives, right? This is shit they doctors is saying. So they're not going outside of these quirky ass, weirdo ass books. They stay true to these books, right? But they won't go after the books. They rather go after the men who's following these books. Well, get mad at the book, because that's what that book's saying. That book is the ultimate authority because y'all made it the ultimate authority. And when that book that is the ultimate authority tells you that man can have multiple wives, what you gonna do? You're gonna bow down to that ultimate authority and you're gonna listen. But this is the environment that they created. Right? They made a book of fairy tales from a bunch of desert dwellers their ultimate authority. So now they can't complain when said book is saying that men are allowed to have all these wives, because that's where they got that shit from. That's where they got that shit from. That's what they standing on. That book that y'all made your ultimate authority. So, y'all, people can't get so mad at black men who talk this crap, or any man for that matter, who talk this crap. Don't hate the player, hate the game. And the game is coming from those quirky, 2,000-year-old desert dwelling fairy tales that y'all propped up. Don't hate the player, hate the game. But people ain't gonna do that. They're gonna ignore the game and focus on the player. That's what people are gonna do. They're gonna ignore where he's getting this information from and bang on him. Right? That's basically what it is, because that's where he's getting this shit from. That's where all these motherfuckers who talk this shit is getting that shit from. Go down the rabbit hole when a motherfucker's talking this shit, and you will find out ultimately this is coming from a desert dwelling fairy tale. That's where it's coming from, ultimately. Right? Then he spoke about, I don't have ownership. I don't got ownership over these women. I don't want ownership over them, and they can go ahead and they can do whatever they want to do. Like this is they the ones making this choice. I'm not locking them down with with a ball and chain, which is true. He's not locking these women down. These women know what the fuck is going on. It ain't like it was some deep, dark secret with baby mother number 3 that he didn't have 2 prior baby mothers and already had 4 kids. Baby mother number 3 knew this. She knew who one of his baby mothers was very well. Like everybody else. One of them was very public knowledge. So it's not like he's hiding the fact of he got all these kids with other women. Ain't like he could hide it if he wanted to. She still fucked with him. Fucked him raw. And had 2 more kids with the mother. Now he got 6 kids. 3 baby mothers. And now he got, what is it? 4 baby mothers now? And 7 kids? Because he got another one on the way? Right? Like, am I supposed to feel bad for baby mother number 4? Am I supposed to feel bad for baby mother number 4? Sorry, I got a hard time feeling bad for baby mother number 4. I got a hard time feeling bad for baby mother number 3. Number 2, I ain't gonna say too much. He's coming out of marriage, this, that, third. Alright, okay. I ain't gonna say too much about number 2. And number 1 is obviously the first, so it's whatever. I ain't going, it's the first. Can't kill the first. Can't really kill the second, but 3 and 4, I ain't feeling bad for near none of those motherfuckers. Near none of them. Sorry, I just ain't. Because it's crazy. I mean, look at it. And look at these motherfuckers. Look at these motherfuckers right here. Why ain't Nick Kennedy being called a colorist? I ain't gonna say nobody called him a colorist, but he don't get flamed for that shit. You know what I mean? Like, if Nick Kennedy was 3 shades darker, he would get flamed for his color. I mean, he would get flamed. I mean, this is bad. I mean, look at this shit. He got a quadroon and a bunch of mulattoes. That's his history. I don't even see no. Is any of these women black? Any of these motherfuckers black? I mean, shit. I mean, this motherfucker talking this Eurocentric shit. You have got to be shitting me. You have got to be shitting me. Maybe the one on the left, maybe might be light skinned, maybe. I don't know. I know that one on the right.
None of them are black.
None of them are. Okay, I know the one on the right definitely ain't. That's for sure. You want to talk about Eurocentric? Look at that one on the right. That is Eurocentric for your ass. The hell are we talking about over here? You know what I'm saying? He talking this Eurocentric shit. Yeah, let's talk about your Eurocentric fetishes. Talk about that. Let's not forget, this is the same weirdo who is calling Mariah Carey a sister. Calling her a beautiful black queen. Can we not forget that? Can we not forget that? He called this his beautiful black queen. This is how fucked up Nick Cannon is. This is how fucked up his brain is. And look at his beautiful black children with his black queen. Now, how is a black king and a beautiful Nubian black queen having two white kids, able to make two white kids? Can somebody explain that to me? Can the one droppers please explain to me, to the people out there that call Mariah Carey a black woman, who will call Mariah Carey a beautiful black queen? Can you motherfuckers explain to me how she can have two kids with a black man, and these two kids come out looking like this? How is that possible, one droppers? One droppers, explain yourselves. According to y'all, these are two black parents. According to y'all, those two kids right there got two black parents. According to y'all, and y'all logic, and y'all philosophy. How, Sway? Huh? How? Somebody, one droppers, please explain.
How, Sway? How, Sway? How, Sway?
I don't know how. I don't know. Know what I mean? So he's delusional when discussing the whole topic of race. When discussing the whole topic of race, he is delusional as hell. Right? He's one of these delusional Negroes who believes in transracialism. Yeah. So when he talks about Eurocentric and all this other shit, he can get all the way the fuck out of here with his nonsense. Negro, you are so whitewashed. It's ridiculous. And then he said these women are the ones who are making the choice. Again, I think I covered that in a lot of ways. He's kind of correct on that aspect because, again, he's laying his cards out on the table and these women are agreeing to it. Now, all this crap that him and Charlamagne was talking about women being the leaders of the community and all this whole other crap and everything else, y'all speaking from a growing up in a single mother home perspective. Growing up in a single mother home, you would look at the world like women are running things. Because by his own admission, he grew up in a single mother home. And I'm guessing Charlamagne did too. Because he started talking that wild shit too. Matter of fact, I think he started that conversation. don't know where everybody be getting this concept from that women run the fucking community. Do women have a say in the community? Absolutely. Do they run things in the community? Absolutely not. I don't know what y'all talking about. We got a black man, the mayor of motherfucking Newark. Not a black woman. Raz Baraka. Black man. Before him, it was another black man. Mixed guy. Let me spell my bad. It was a mixed dude. A mulatto. Cory Booker. Before him, it was another black man. Sharp James. Before him, it was the first black mayor we ever had. Another black man. Mayor Gibson. Where's all these black women that's running shit? When I go to these organizations and everything else, this, that, and the third, I see women organizing shit, but I see black men at the head of these organizations. This is what I see. What black women is running? Are you talking about households? Are you talking running your household? Running certain households? Yes, I will agree with you. They are running those households where they are the head of the household. But that is not them running everything. The hell are y'all talking about around here? Women running every goddamn thing. I don't know what y'all talking about. That's black female supremacy talk. That's black female supremacy talk. I don't know what y'all motherfuckers talking about though. I don't see it in my life. Maybe y'all, I don't know. I don't see it. Anyways, let's see, I talked about that. And, the motherfucker jumped out the window and was like, yeah, Mariah's still my wife. Yeah, Mariah, she's still my wife. You know what I mean? Laughing and joking. He wasn't playing. That motherfucker wasn't playing. He was still trying to stake claim in Mariah. That motherfucker a Hebrew. He believed once he fucked you, you are forever his. Y'all spiritually bonded forever. Because right after he said that shit, he started talking about their spiritual connection that they have with each other. And how they always going to be connected spiritually. Right? That same bullshit that I was talking about before. That dumbass nonsense. We going to be spiritually connected forever. That's that dumb shit these Hebrews be talking so they can always fall back and roll up in the Gucci 3 o'clock in the morning when they horny. And the other girls ain't answering their phone. Let's keep it a fucking buck. The hell are we talking about over here? Yo, spiritually connected bullshit. Fuck out of here. That same spirituality that you bitched up on when they put pressure on you. That's probably how you got the Wild Out shit back. Because all the ass you was kissing after they put all that pressure on you, Nick. Those small hats put some pressure on you. They made you denounce the conscious community and everything. You threw everybody under the bus. Removed all your spiritual videos. Disconnected your spiritual connection you had with Professor Griff and Tariq Nasheed and everybody else you was interviewing on the couch. Right? What happened to those spiritual connections did when the small hats put the pressure on you? You bitched up. You bitched up. Started retracting statements. Talking about you was misquoted. Kick that shit a buck. You did damage control like a motherfucker. I promise you, that's how you got wild out back. Or that ass you was kissing. I mean, let's not get it twisted, family. Mariah Carey for him was a fucking come up. Mariah Carey was a come up for him. Right? He was the Bobby Brown of this situation. Right? That motherfucker was looked at as Mariah's husband for many years. Right? Until he started hosting on NBC like America's Got Talent and shit like that. Before that, he was known as just Mariah's husband by the vast majority of the population. I ain't talking about hood people. Hood people knew who he was. I'm talking about the dominant society had no clue who the fuck he was. He was just Mariah's husband. Mariah was the mega superstar of that relationship. Let's not get it fucked up. Let's not get that shit fucked up. When he first started fucking with Mariah, that was a come up. He came up off that shit too. Started getting better gigs. Started becoming a host at NBC, America's Got Talent. Now white people know him for other shit other than just being Mariah's husband. Now he getting executive producer deals with producer rights with Wow Now, all this other shit, blah, 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 blah. He came up off that marriage. And once he maxed out, he bounced. Not to mention Mariah was older than him. I said was, like he caught up or something. She's older than him. So she was being on some cougar shit when she was fucking with Nick, right? Nick was a young boy, saw a cougar, a famous cougar, chasing him. He's like, shit, this will come up. And he came up off that cougar. That's what happened. That's what happened. I just want to remind everybody of the situation. You know what I mean? When everything kind of went down. But that's what happened. Mariah was a come up. You know what I mean? But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and pass the mic back to Renee. I think I got everything out.
Yeah. Man, y'all, this stuff is crazy. With this spiritual confusion stuff. Cause I was thinking too, like, since Nick Cannon was talking about, you know, marriage is Eurocentric, but don't he subscribe to the Bible? The Bible's Eurocentric, and the Bible does talk about marriage. So I don't get it. Because I would think, let me just say this, I would think that Nick Cannon would be one of these people who say, well, you know, the Bible's black, right? I would bet any money he's one of these people who want to paint the Bible black. Okay, let's do that, right? So you want to blackwash the Bible. So then wouldn't that mean that marriage is a black concept? If that's what we're going to go by and that's what we're going to talk about, because he said he don't subscribe to that, but I do believe he subscribes to the Bible. So make it make sense. And let me remind y'all, right? I'm going to read this little This a little ditty from the Source magazine. And this was January 30th, 2019. Nick Cannon says black men see white women as a symbol of success. Do y'all remember that? Because we did a show on this. We did a show on him. We did a show talking about this whole thing. Okay. Does being able to date white women equate to success for a black man? Well, comedian Nick Cannon says that this is the reason black women are overlooked for white women. In a 17-minute long interview with guest Riza Islam for his YouTube show, Cannon Class, the two examined the idea of black men loving white women more than they love black women. The interview starts with Cannon wanting to know why he can't be with a white woman. Riza then explains to him that the best way he knows how to explain love is, quote, of course, the Honorable Minister Farrakhan teaches us that love is from and of God. But the reason why the white woman, and we can go into anatomy, biology, history, culture, is not ideal for the black man is because if you want to have the best of another black man, you have to have a black man and a black woman to have a child. Now, I don't agree with a lot of things, you know, Mr. Islam say, but yeah, I'm with him on that. The pair started talking about forbidden love between blacks and whites, prompting Cannon to say that the reason why black men choose white women over black women is that of status. White women are looked at as success because in America, we see a white woman. I couldn't have you. My daddy couldn't have you. My granddaddy couldn't have you. I would get killed for even looking at you. People, if they thought I was whistled at you, they would murder me, beat me, drag me down the street. So now, if I play for the NBA, I want them all, and I can afford them all. That's what they are thinking. See, that's what you are thinking. Cannon then goes on to say that it is a part of the slave mentally. It's like, I was your slave for so long. Now I'm going to take your woman because your woman always wanted me. She always has dreamt about me. It was forbidden. Now that it isn't, I'm going to show that I'm the superior being, the dominant original man, and I'm going to act within that. Therefore, that's why I believe that once you get money, once you get success, you're not following anyone else's rules. I'm going to love who I want. That was the end of the article. So that tells you everything you need to know about Nick Cannon. And so, again, this shows you the level of confusion, religious confusion, spiritual confusion, racial confusion, all of the above. That you would sit up and talk about marriage being Eurocentric, while basically sitting here saying having a Becky means everything. So you mean to tell me you separate, and this is something I see a lot, right? The separation of white women from white men, right? Because when he talked about I was your slave, he's talking about white men. Sweetie, you do know that at least 40% of slave owners were white women? You do know that, right? You do know that they owned slaves too. They beat them too. They raped them too. They molested them too. You do know that, right? Oh, but you can separate white men from white women, and then you can justify having a white woman by saying, oh, well, you know, it's just a symbol of success, and you're so, and now you know, well, you got the money, and you know you can do it. Nobody can make rules for me. Nobody can make rules for me. Now I got some money. Oh, but did he not get chopped down? Did he not? Did he say on here about rules? But what them Jews do? They had some rules for your ass. That's why you was running around here apologizing. They had rules for you. Like, this is the insanity that's going on out here. Like, it's crazy. Like, it's totally crazy that this man would sit up and, you know, Psycho made a good point in terms of, like, when he said it's a Eurocentric concept, he meant that to be like, okay, that's it, end of story. Like, let's cut that off, let's move on. That was a supposedly drop the mic moment, because once you say that, that's supposed to defeat all other arguments, all other conversations, but it doesn't. Just like, you know, of course, when people do the whole race is a social construct, drop the mic. That's not a drop the mic. That's not a drop the mic moment. You're not dropping the mic. Race is a reality. We're not in a fantasy land. We're not in a fantasy world. This country was established on race and continues to be built on race. That's not no longer in existence because you want to say it's a social construct. Okay, and like I tell people all the time, if we're going to call stuff a social construct and that's supposed to diminish the importance of it, well, money is a social construct. Here's my Cash App. You can just send your whole bank account to me then, because money is a social construct, and since it's a social construct, it thus is devalued. Right? It has no significance because it's just a social construct, right? Like, so these people don't even realize what they're saying because they're spewing so much BS. And then what happens is people somehow attach this to pro-Black people. They attach this to people who are Black first and who are for the community. They attach this type of craziness, this type of just hypocrisy, these type of contradictions to everybody that's pro-Black. And I don't even know what Nick Cannon is, because he surely can't be pro-Black. And you know, he clearly chose the type of women that he wanted, and he has the right to choose whom he wants, and you know, as far as who he's going to have children with and all of those kinds of things. But I totally believe that Nick Cannon is absolutely a colorist. I absolutely 100% believe Nick Cannon is a colorist. Absolutely. Because for somebody who has called themselves, especially over more recent years, being about Black power, speaking about Black people, speaking about supposed injustices and all of these other sorts of things, but you never have a sister.
And then you getting real low. I don't know what's going on. You just started getting real low.
I don't know. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you just started getting low. I don't know. You was loud and clear, and then I don't know. You just started getting low.
Am I low to you now?
A little bit. I can hear you, but you know, you can try to make it out. But you go ahead.
Okay. Hey, y'all. Am I low to y'all in the chat too? Maybe I should go out and come back in.
But now you sound better right there.
Okay. It might have been your Obama laptop. But yeah, so I forgot where I was at. What was I saying?
I forgot. Don't ask me. I forgot. Yeah, I was
Thanks
for
interrupting me midstream.
I'll try to make sure people can hear you. My bad.
Yeah, so, but I don't even remember what I was saying. Oh, yeah. Hey, you never see him with a sister. You never see him with a black woman. You never see him with why? You know, you have access to many of the most beautiful women like ever. Like you, by being who you are, having your name, having your wealth, and Nick Cannon's handsome. On top of that, so he's handsome, he has money, he has a name, and all of these sorts of things. Just like he was saying about, now I can have white women, I can afford them, and this, that, and the other. You can have tons of, or not tons, but you know what I mean, access to, well, tons might be the right word for him. Anyway, of beautiful black women. But that's not what you clearly desire, because your baby mothers all have a certain type. They have a particular phenotype that, you know, you clearly like. So I do think that he's a colorist. And, you know, that's not to say that people cannot, you know, meet somebody and be attracted to them and connect and build a relationship and, you know, things happen. But once you see a significant pattern, you ain't came across no sisters, you ain't came across no black women, you ain't happened upon no black women, I beg to differ. You know, even going back, I can remember back in the day when he had the movie like Love Don't Cost a Thing and all that, and he Christina Milian was his love interest in that. And in real life, they dated. They were in a, I think, a relationship for some years actually. And Christina Milian is a particular phenotype. So, you know, he has a certain.
Didn't he mess with that other white girl? That other what's that other white girl? The bald head.
Amber Rose.
Yeah, didn't he mess with Amber Rose too?
I'm not sure, but
I think he fucked with Amber Rose too.
Okay.
I'm next to positive. I'm next to positive he was knocking that down.
Yeah. I want to say I remember something like that. Yeah, I think you're probably right. Yeah. So he has a type, honey, and it's cool. You know what I'm saying? Do what you do, but again, cloaking it in this supposed pro-blackness, cloaking it in this black people this and that thing. Man, get out of here with that. Get out of here. That's why I say a lot of that stuff is game. And let me say something about this whole, like, let me tie together what he was saying about black women, or not black women, about what he said women, because none of his women are black. But what he was saying about women are the leaders and stuff like that, and that, you know, he just follows suit and they make the choice and all of these kinds of things. I want to tie that to the black woman is God mentality. And I think that, you know, something I've thought about a lot over the years is how the black woman is God concept is a cop-out. It is a way to absolve, in my opinion.
Hold that thought. I was correct. They did used to mess around. I got the picture up right now. It should be popping up any second. But yes, you was talking about the black woman is God concept. I apologize. I just wanted to. Yeah, he did. He was messing around Amber Rose too. So chalk that up as another one.
Okay, so the black woman is God concept. And I think, he probably tried to, no, I guess maybe not Beyonce, but anyway, yeah, so I'm totally not surprised that, again, she's his type. But the black woman is God concept, I feel like for, you know, some people who believe that, or subscribe to that, as far as, you know, especially amongst men, that it's a way to absolve men from responsibility. Because if you can say the black woman is God, then that holds a certain level of accountability. It holds a certain level of, okay, well, you know, a certain level of praise, right? Because people will talk about that's praising somebody, but that's not just praise. That's also blame. That's also a lot of things that come with that. Just like, you know, if the whole single mother thing, right? And people will, on one hand, they will praise black single mothers particularly, but then on the other hand, they will blame black single mothers. So there is both. it is both that are going to come with it, because if the young, if the children or whatever do something that's wrong, they commit a crime, or this happens or that happens, and it's something bad, people will say, oh, they was raised by a single mother. Oh, their mother didn't do this, she didn't do that, or whatever the case may be. Not to say that people won't say, well, where's the dad and stuff like that. Yeah, people may say that, but the mom is there. So the mom is going to get, yes, praise in many cases, but she's also going to get blamed in many other cases. So I feel like the Black woman is God concept is a way for some of these guys like that to weasel their way out of certain responsibility. And I feel like what Nick Cannon was doing was a prime example of that. You know, saying, oh, the woman is the leader. You know, the woman chooses, the woman this and the woman that, because then you can say, it ain't on me. Like I said earlier, it ain't on me. It ain't on me. Oh, I'm just a man. You know, she opened herself up to me. I mean, what can I say? I mean, yeah, I'm like 40 years old or whatever. And yeah, I'm a grown man. And yeah, now at this point, I've been married. I've had multiple children, and I should be more responsible in how I conduct myself. Never mind that, right? Never mind that. No, the woman is the leader. The woman opened herself up, and he, as he said, quote, is just following suit. So that whole Black woman is God thing, while it was very flattering to a lot of Black women, I think a lot of Black women didn't understand, sweetie, sweetie, it's a hook to that.
Yeah.
It's a hook to that. That
ain't
all, yeah, that ain't all roses and butterflies, and that's supposed to be, oh, and godmother, goddess, and that's game. That's place of responsibility, more responsibility on you than it would for men to have. And again, particularly, I'm talking about the men who subscribe to that and push that toward, you know, say that about women. I mean, we just recently got another great example of this from one of the horse's mouths with YP, with his whole thing, right? Because he was running around, the Black woman is God. He had the freaking website called The Black Woman is God or whatever like that, and all of this kind of stuff. And he had been saying this for years and everything. And what happened? He flipped that quick. What happened? He had been disrespecting Black women the whole time for years behind the scenes, allegedly beating people's behind, allegedly behind the scenes for years, dipping and dapping over here, over there, and over there. Okay? So, and supposedly polygynous, but cheating while in a supposed polygynous relationship. And the way you cheat is how you cheat any other time. You're dealing with somebody that your partner doesn't know about, did not agree to, or whatever, you still going doing you. So it's like, again, that whole thing is a hustle. So Nick Cannon is definitely, he has a lot of that rhetoric down. He has that smell on him. You know, he really can't say the Black woman is God thing though, because he ain't with no Black women, even though I know he would try to classify some of these women as Black.
And somebody reminded me in the chat, we forgot another one. It's on the screen. Forgot about this one too.
Oh yeah, I totally forgot about her. Yeah, he definitely dated Kim Kardashian. Absolutely. He definitely dated Kim Kardashian. Who's next? Lenny Kravitz. Yeah. So I mean, yeah, he got it tight. And man, we gotta stop falling for the yin yang, y'all. Like, here's the thing, right? You don't really, in my opinion, you don't pay attention to words. You pay attention somewhat to actions, but you really, 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 really pay attention to patterns. Patterns will tell you everything, because somebody could have a particular action a particular time, but is it a pattern for them? Do they consistently do that? So you can have somebody, let's say with Nick Cannon, let's say he had one black woman he dated that somebody knew of, right? Let's say it was a dark-skinned black woman, and they was like, oh, well, Nick Cannon had dated her. You know, he's not a colorist. He dated this. Let's say it was India Arie. Y'all know that never happened, but I'm just saying, right? For the sake of conversation. And so somebody said that, see, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so that was an action, right? He dated her, right? He dated her. But what's his pattern? The pattern would be all these other racially ambiguous women, and then one black woman. So it's like, which one should you go by? The action of him dating one black woman, or the pattern of him dating multitudes of biracial, racially ambiguous, multiracial women?
Remember his reaction when he had that interview with Rizza Islam and he started talking against swirling, and he was losing his mind, and he was asking all kinds of questions and all this other stuff like, yeah, man, it's hard to get rid of these white women and all this other everything else. Like that motherfucker was going through convulsions, remember?
Yeah. Did you hear me read the article?
I missed that part.
See, y'all can if y'all pay attention, y'all can tell when Psycho do not be listening to me, because I sat here, read the source article, I talked about that, and then earlier I had said some stuff, and then when you came on, you were saying, and I was like, okay. But yeah, it's all good. I can't remember what it was at one time.
You snuck that past me.
And then, huh?
I said you snuck that past me.
I snuck it past, boy, bye. But I remember it was something, and you was like, oh yeah, tell the story about something. And I was like, Psycho, I just did that. And I think Taz was in here, he was in the chat. He was like, bruh, she talked about that like 5 minutes ago. I'm like, yeah, see y'all, he be tuning me out. But anyway, but yeah, Nick Cannon, he's just a basket case. He's all over the place. I don't want to hear nothing about no damn Eurocentric, this, that, and the other, while you running around doing everything Eurocentric. Like, I don't want to hear it. And then the other thing is, like, people just love to cherry pick, you know what I'm saying? And I understand the concept of saying, like, okay, well, this is something that, you know, like different things, you know, are historically white or culturally white. They don't have a culture, but you know what I mean, or whatever like that. I get that, you know what I'm saying? But within the confounds of the society that we live in more modern times, you know, marriage is a legal binding agreement. Like it's the legality of it is important, because again, being a capitalist system, if something were to happen to somebody, okay, so now we got to go to who is the person who's able to make decisions for this person, who's able to get this person's assets, all different types of things, because life happens. That's just what it is. And so, you know, in terms of giving a woman your last name, you know, even though some people now have different concepts of that, but in general, that's what most women do. You take the last name of your man, of your husband. That's significant. That means something. It symbolizes something. And I think it has it's stronger symbolically than two people that are just together for some years. And let me say this, that doesn't mean that the married people's relationship is better or worse, but I think it does say something. It does say something in the eyes of society. I know people may not like to hear that because some people come with the thing of, and you know, some brothers, I love my brothers, but some brothers have a real aversion to marriage. So they will come up with these things like, man, I don't need no piece of paper, man. I don't need no white man to say this now. I don't need no piece of paper to say my love. And it's like, but you do. Because I think a good example of that too is DMX. I think that his quote unquote wife, they were not legally married. So she has no say so in anything. Like, he's gone now. He could have all the love and honor for this woman and care for this woman, but they were not legally married. So she can't really have any say. She could have known all of his wishes that he had, you know. She could have known what he wanted to do about this or do about that. She could have known all of those things, but because there was not the legal bond there, it's nothing that can be done about that, you know. And part of, you know, if we do want to talk about you know, male and female role, like traditional or whatnot, in terms of men, you know, typically being providers and stuff like that, you know, you got to have money to make it in this country. You have to have money. You just do. That's a reality of life. Unless you're going to be under a bridge somewhere or on the street, or I don't know what to say about that. So it's just what it is. So yeah, it was seen that if you do have that much love for a person and not in love for them, but also maybe the family you created, that you will want them to be taken care of. You know, you will want them. You want to say something?
Huh?
I said, you want to say something?
No, I was just going. You were done?
No.
Okay.
I mean, just about. You can go ahead.
Oh no, I was just going to say, somebody asked in the chat, we can't date racially ambiguous women. They all have to be Sudanese. And I'm
Who
listen.
said that?
I think it was Return to the Brother said that. Listen, y'all date who y'all want to date, man.
Okay.
Y'all date who y'all want to date. I can't stop you motherfuckers from fucking with who y'all want to fuck with, right? I'm just letting y'all know what y'all doing when y'all do this, right? Because y'all can play these little mental gymnastics with this whole racially ambiguous stuff and try to, you know, convince yourself that you're messing with some kind of black woman like Mariah Carey. But I'm gonna let you know, Mariah Carey ain't racially ambiguous. That's a whole Becky. That's a whole Becky right there. Racially ambiguous is somebody who's biracial, not a quadroon. A quadroon is a full-blown Becky. That's what a quadroon is. That's what Mariah Carey is. Mariah Carey is not racially ambiguous. And if y'all want to mess with a Becky or a quote-unquote racially ambiguous person, just understand, you fuck with whoever you want to fuck with. That's fine. Love is love and all that crap that y'all talk. But at the end of the day, y'all are squeezing y'all genes out. And if y'all think y'all going to create black kids with these women, y'all are delusional.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to have people like me who's going to remind you that these kids that y'all are creating are not black ones. They're kids, obviously, but black kids, they are not. And I'm just going to let y'all understand and know. I'm not going to do the mental gymnastics and try to convince myself or anybody else that you and Mariah Carey can have kids that look like this and they be black.
Right.
If she's black, then the kids will be black.
Her father is not black to the bone. Her father is biracial. That's false. Her father is not no black to the bone. No.
Yeah, her father's biracial.
Absolutely not.
She's a quadroon.
Absolutely not.
She's a quadroon. You got to go to her grandparents. One of them. She got one black grandparent. She's a quadroon. One black grandparent. That's what she has. She has a mixed father.
Yep. And D.A.B.A.T.E, that's facts all day long. He's another great example. Dame Dash. D.A.B.A.T.E said Dame Dash does the same thing as Nick Cannon does and defends it to the core. You are not lying. Dame Dash, I have seen him sit up and give these great interviews talking about what black people need to do, black people this and that, and having ownership and these other races, so I'm doing this and put my people on and da-da-da-da-da. And then you look at his children, you look at the mothers, they're white, they're some kind of other. They're not black women. And it's like, where do these dudes get this concept from? And I understand where the concept comes from. It's a very flawed concept. The whole one drop thing, right? As long as I'm black, my children are black. And that's not true. It's not true. You need a black man and a black woman to have a black child. Like, I don't even know how we're even in this day and age still having to have this conversation. That we are holding on to a rule instituted by people who enslaved our ancestors. Why would you hold on to a rule that they established? That they said, hey, these MFs can't be white. They can't be white. They over there with whoever has the lowest social class, whoever's lower on the caste system, that is who you will, between the parentage, that's who you will be. And so we know black is at the bottom. So yeah, you black, you's a nigga, okay? You're not white, okay? You can't be white, you're over there with them. And we have fought tooth and nail to hold on to that quote unquote rule. We have fought hard. We want to make Mariah Carey a black woman. We want to give her as the image of a black woman. We don't want to have D.A.B.A.T.E. D.A.B.A.T.E should be the image of a black woman because she is easily identifiably black. It's no question, it's no racial ambiguity. Well, are they Greek? Are they some kind of Hispanic? Do they just have a little bit of a tan? Was they on vacation? Did they just kind of do this? No, it's not gonna be no question. It's not gonna be a question. You know that's a black woman. You can't decide what your race will be different days. And somebody like Mariah Carey, she could tell people whatever she wanted to tell them. She could say that she was Greek or she was this or she was that. She could do any of those things and it would all be believed and all be acceptable. So it's like black folks want to fight so hard for that. And I just don't get it. And then people talk about, well, we don't accept biracial people. We don't accept dark-skinned black people. Dark-skinned black people go through hell in the black community and they're black and they're easily identifiably black. There's no question about it. There's no on both sides of the fence, but which one is it? And they get treated, dark-skinned black people get treated like trash in the black community. Like, let's keep it a buck. But people want to come with these biracial arguments. No, they're mixed. They have their own group. They're black and they're white and they have their own group. There's many other biracial people. They have a certain understanding and a certain experience that is not consistent with most black people. However, their experience also is not consistent with most white people. Their experience is most consistent with other biracial people. And why can't we just call a spade a spade? Why do we have to make a mixed person black? Just say they mixed. And being mixed, and let me just say this too, because I heard somebody saying some foolishness the other day, talking about, oh, well, they might be mixed, but they have a black experience. No, they don't. No, they have a biracial experience.
It's so
You can only have a black experience if you are black. Now, the one exception I might say is biracial people who tend to skew very, very, very much toward the black side aesthetically, right? But even in those situations, their experience is still going to be different because they still had a non-black parent, and that still wouldn't make them black. Even if many people thought they were black, it doesn't make them black. We got to understand the differences there as well. So, let's say a biracial person. Let's say Alicia Keys goes somewhere. Let's say Alicia Keys goes somewhere. Britney Spears goes somewhere. Britney Spears, Alicia Keys, and India.Arie go somewhere, right? They could all possibly have 3 different experiences. Alicia Keys' experience wouldn't necessarily be what India.Arie's experience was, because those are not the same. They're not the same. And just like Alicia Keys' experience may be different from what Britney Spears' experience would have been. That doesn't make it, oh, because Alicia's mixed, that means she have a black experience. No, it doesn't. No, it does not. No, it does not mean that. No, it means she had a mixed experience. People, and I don't know why people think that. First of all, white people's opinions shouldn't define what black is. When are we going to get past that? When are we going to define for ourselves who we are? Why can't we define black as black man, black woman, black child? Simple, boom, bang, to the point. Why is it, well, they're treated black? Oh, even if somebody's treated black, and are they? Are they black though? Are they black? If they're not, then they're not. I don't give a damn if you want to say they're treated that way. That don't make it, you can put lipstick on a pig. It don't make it a damn, what was my thing? You can put lipstick on a pig and it's still a pig. That's the thing. But you can put lipstick on a pig, it's still a pig. Like, they can be treated black, but they're not. Like, what is difficult about that concept? And people just, at the end of the day, it is people who have an attachment to biracial people, and it's either for personal reasons, like family members, loved ones, or it is internalized colorist views, or it is, piggybacking off of that they think that biracial people have higher value, they're more desirable, and that somehow if they are deemed as black, then black becomes more desirable, that black becomes more valuable if biracial people are also seen as black. So you got all that stuff going on, whereas most of the time, the biracial people are saying, hey, I'm biracial, especially in today's time. They're saying, hey, my mom is white, my dad's black, hey, my mom's black, my dad's white, I'm mixed, I'm both of my parents. Like, who are we to say you can't be both of your parents? Like, think about how narcissistic and selfish that he is in terms of black people. And I understand it's not fully that because it's programming. And it's been a lot of brainwashing. Like I said, the 1-drop rule and stuff that we adopted that and we've just kept it. So it's not fully that, but I think in today's time, people understand things a little bit more. In the information age, like, there's more stuff out there now than ever before. So some people truly are doing it from some type of narcissistic, selfish thing, like, nah, they black. They black. So they daddy black. Well,
They get so emotional over it too. Like they get emotional.
It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And I just get so freaking tired of it. I get so tired of it. And let's be clear, light-skinned and biracial are two different things. Like, can we make that clear too? Like, that's a whole thing of like, oh, they just light-skinned. No, most of the people that people are calling, oh, they just light-skinned are mixed. We have to normalize calling biracial people biracial. Let's normalize that. Let's normalize a black person being someone who has a black father and a black mother. Having both at the same time, imagine that. Can we normalize that? Can we make that exclusive? Can we make it exclusive? Because see, people will say, well, that is normalized. But is it really? When y'all still running around here saying Mariah Carey's black, is it really? I mean, Mariah Carey ain't even half black. Like that's what's even crazier about it. She ain't even half black. And
right, that's what I mean. That's what makes this shit scary. Because when you start looking at some of this shit, you got people who try to convince you Kim Kardashian is black. We done heard these things. Like it's asinine. It's like this is my issue. But again, I gotta bring it up again. That hidden colors philosophy where everybody's black and they just walk around just telling everybody in the world is black, and this is a problem. This is a problem, and we don't realize how much of a problem it is, and we need to get our minds right. Like we are very racially confused people. We are very racially confused people, and that's one of the reasons why we perpetuate the rhetoric that we do, is because we need some get right. We need to get our minds right, and we need to snap out of this haze that we're under when it comes to this whole philosophy of race and what is and what isn't black. We have to stop this nonsense, because this is all based on one drop fuck shit. We done did whole breakdowns about how this was created, how it was propagated, how the whole core behind it, and the silly reasons why we keep this stuff going. We have gave it historical. We have laid out the historical aspects of all this and how it has affected us as a community and how we perceive each other, and how it's the basis of colorism all in itself. And people don't even want to touch on that. People want to complain about colorism, but it starts with the whole biracials at the motherfucking slave plantation. That's where it starts. Mulattoes at the slave plantation. That's where the whole colorism shit started. It started there, and you got to start there and work your way up. So people don't even understand. Like, they will sit here and complain about colorism, but then push divestment, which is the original thing that created the colorism that you're complaining about. It's silly. But yeah.
I mean, it's really ridiculous. Like, yeah, you know that lady is a quadroon. Okay, point blank. Period. Like, I mean, oh gosh, woo, people just be fighting so hard for the wrong things. People be fighting so hard for the wrong thing. Yeah. Like, I don't know. Black folk want to claim any and everybody. Black folk want to claim any and everybody except real black people. You know what I'm saying? Real black people. And they got, oh, they African and they, you know, think about how crazy that is, right? Black folk will reject African people before they reject people that are clearly quadroon, clearly not black.
Mm-hmm.
They will reject African people that are easily identifiably black. And when I say that, I don't mean in terms of like where we talk about making a distinction in terms of ADOS, in terms of reparations and all that. I'm meaning just like in general, in terms of being black or whatever the case may be. They will reject them quicker than they will reject somebody who's a damn quadroon, who got a fourth of black. Somebody who's 25% black, somebody who's overwhelmingly white, they will claim them first. Like, that's crazy to me. That's crazy to me. And yeah, 5 for hate, the black gene is dominant, Dr. Francis Cress Wilson. Is that right there? You know, and let me be very clear. I love and honor our great, brilliant ancestor, Dr. Francis Cress Wilson. However, I do not agree with everything that she said. And I do believe that some of her concepts, particularly the concept of the dominant, you know, the whole idea that the black man can turn, you know, the world black or whatever with his penis or that type of concept. I feel like a lot of that is more due to the time period, and that, you know, for the time and age that she came up, you know, that was very consistent with what people felt and believed at that time, in terms of, again, the one drop rule and the acceptance of biracial people as being black. And, you know, I just disagree with her on that because, you know, yeah, you know, in many cases, black can be dominant, but black does not wash out white. We see many cases of the opposite happening. You have many cases of white washing out black. And,
real quick,
you know, this isn't, yeah.
Yeah, real quick. Return of the Brother said Mariah Carey's father isn't biracial, he's full black. Well, that's her mother and father right there. That's her mother and father right there. That is not an all black man right there. That is a biracial man. I don't know what you're talking about. That is a biracial man, clearly biracial. A all black man can't make Mariah Carey. An all black man cannot create Mariah Carey. That's not possible. That's not genetically possible to create Mariah Carey if you're an all black man. And they go her father right there. They go a mixed father right there with her all white Becky mother.
But here's the thing. Let's explore that for a minute, right? Let's explore that. So let's say that, okay, yeah, her father's he's all black. Well, then that disproves. Wait a minute. That disproves the whole dominant thing, then, right?
True.
Because
that's true too. That debunks the argument.
Yeah, it debunks the argument on either end, whatever side you want to go on. Because why does she look like that coming from a black father, black to the core, as you said? Why is she coming out looking black as hell? Why is she coming out looking black like she is easily identifiably a beautiful black woman? Why is she looking like that instead of looking how she looked? It's like, so make it make sense. Because that's the argument consistently is dominant, black is dominant, black is dominant, black is dominant. Then why are there white passing people? Why, if you look back in the history of, you know, slavery in this country, many stories of people who were white passing. How does that happen if it's just so much that black is so dominant? And then why is it, if black is so dominant, why then do most, and I would definitely say most, biracial people have a certain distinctive look to them? Why is that? Why is it a certain distinctive look? How come it should be then that you shouldn't be able to distinguish a biracial person from your average everyday brown skin, darker brown skin black person. You shouldn't be able to make any distinguishment if it's the case that black is so dominant. So y'all gotta make it make sense. Make it make sense.
Exactly. How could a black man make Mariah Carey if our genes are so dominant? If our genes are so dominant.
Hold on, because let me say this. This was out of the mouth of Mariah Carey. And I'm gonna find the clip and hopefully maybe Psycho might play it on his Wake and Bake. It was out of her own mouth that her father was mixed. She said it out of her own mouth. So this ain't no hearsay and this person, no. And I'm gonna prove it. She said that. So yes, she is a quadroon. I hate to break that to people. I know it may hurt. I know, I don't know. I'm sorry. But yeah, she's a quadroon. Absolutely. I think it was it a...
He's black and Venezuelan. I just looked it up.
It was
Did you hear me?
Yeah, I heard you. But it wasn't a Breakfast Club. It might have been, it was a radio interview for sure. And somebody had asked her something about blackness or whatever. And she told what she was. And her dad is biracial. Where do Tiger Woods look black at? Tiger Woods look biracial to me. Tiger Woods
biracial. Yeah, Tiger Woods biracial.
Tiger Woods looks black?
Who said Tiger Woods black?
No. Brandon said Tiger Woods looks black.
Oh, you say he looks black. Oh.
Yeah. Where do y'all get this? No.
He looks black. I mean, I think he got a Filipino mother. His mother from the Philippines? Philippines. Like if you mix with Filipino, the Filipinos are darker Asian.
Yes.
So that would explain why Brandon would say something like, because Filipinos are darker Asians, but he still looks like he has some Asian in him. He still got those sticky Asian eyes, and he looks like he's mixed with something. He looked like he mixed with something.
Yeah, he looked like he's mixed with something. And he looks exactly like my cousin. And their dad is black.
But he is darker than your average biracial.
Yes, Their dad is black to the core and their mom is Filipino. And he looks exactly like them. And you can still tell that they're mixed with something. And you see like the Filipino, you see the Asian within them. He don't just look like, okay, I don't want to say your average brother. No, he looks like, okay, he's mixed with something else. Like, and that's another thing, like, there are other groups of people that are non-black that have darker complexions too. Okay, so let's understand that. Having darker skin is not definitive. So Eskimos have a darker hue to their skin. They're not black. Cambodians, some Filipinos, and some different what do you call them? Like the tribes and stuff in the rainforest, like stuff like that. A lot of them may have a darker hue to their skin. That doesn't make them black though. We're two totally distinct people. So it's like, oh man, I don't know. Because what's funny is, on the one hand, they will say, oh, we all shades, and just because they light skin, they black, right? But then they'll say Tiger's black because he got darker skin. I don't know.
It amazes me. Yeah, it amazes me some of the things people say where they start trying to count people as being black. And then they'll start counting these quadroons, and I start losing it. When they start counting these quadroons, I really lose it. Like, I get frustrated with the biracials, but these quadroons, it's like, it's like this is a sickness. You know, like it's very clear that this person is not black, but they will convince themselves it is because that person had a mixed parent, and that mixed parent in their head is a black person. And in their head, that's all it takes is to make a black person, right? Is one only thing it takes to make a black person in their mind is one black parent, right? Now if you counting mixed kids as being black, and that mixed person has a kid with a white person, in your head, that's a black person having a kid with a white person.
Let me.
So their kid in your head must be a black person, even though that kid is clearly going to be a white person. But it's silly logic that it only takes one black parent. See this infinite regress? Y'all got an infinite regress going on, and y'all don't even realize it. At what point is this mixed person no longer black?
They can't tell you. They won't tell you.
We've
asked people for years. Nobody's answered that.
Down, it's like they really ain't got no answer for you outside of, like, that's why I said, like, it has to be a cutoff point, because or else this is silly. Like, what are we talking about? Like, it gets a whole lot worse than Mariah. Because look at Mariah and Nick Cannon. A lot of people, to the people that think Mariah Carey's a black woman, a black queen, how is she coming out with these babies looking like this when she had kids with a black person? So now in y'all head, y'all got to do mental gymnastics to convince yourself that these kids are black kids. Because in y'all head, both of these kids' parents were black.
Right.
So now y'all have to convince yourselves that these kids are black kids. And if they have kids with white kids, guess what? In y'all silly logic, those will be black kids.
Let me respond to Return of the Brother real quick on two things he said. Number one, he said, if having a darker hue is not definitive, then why discuss people who have lighter skin as not being black? You guys are confused or lying. Okay, so here's the thing. Having darker skin is not definitive. Now, it's for most of the time, being black, yes, you will have darker skin. But there are some exceptions to the rule, like what I was just saying. You have some Cambodians that have darker skin. You have some Filipinos that have darker skin. You have some Eskimos that have darker skin. So what I'm saying is definitive, meaning it's not 100% of the time, every single last time. Meaning that there can be some exceptions to the rule. But you never throw away the rule for the exception. So in the case of Tiger Woods, somebody who's mixed with black and Filipino, which tends to be a darker hue person, Filipinos tend to have a little darker hue to them. In the case of that, yes, he may have a darker complexion, but he's still mixed, and you can look at him and see that he's mixed with something. You can look at him and see Asian. So that's why I say darker skin is not definitive, meaning it's not 100% of the time. I don't speak in absolutes because, again, there are some other groups of people that are non-black, non-African descent that have some darker complexion. Some of the Indian people, like or East Indian people, they have darker complexions. That doesn't make them black, though. So that's what I'm saying. He would fall in that category. And he said that we were avoiding putting up a picture of her father. Psycho then put up a picture of her father. But again, out of Mariah's own mouth, her father was mixed. Her father was biracial. So what's gonna have more? What's gonna mean more? What has more value? Her saying what her father was and her looking how she does, or because you're trying to paint him as being black? Like, which one?
Yeah. She definitely said he was multiracial, and yeah, he was mixed, which will make her a quadroon.
Yes, there is a rule talking about there. if there are exceptions to the rule, there is no rule. Yes, there is a rule. Yes, there is a rule. There are exceptions to almost every rule, but you never throw away the rule for the exception. Okay? We don't live in a world where everything is 100% of the time absolute. No, I would never say that. That's why I say dark skin is not definitive, because there are some other groups of people who have a darker hue. But in general, the people most consistently known as having dark skin are people of African descent. I don't think that's in question at all. But that doesn't mean we're the same people as an Eskimo. Oh my goodness. Yeah, but yeah.
Yes, and Brandon, yes, I can argue if she said her father is black. If she got her ass on the Breakfast Club and said my father is really my stepmother because he's a transgender now. He turned into he went transgender like 13 years ago, and now that's my stepmother and not my daddy anymore. Is that no longer her daddy because she said that ain't her daddy? No, that's still her goddamn cross-dressing ass daddy. That pre-op daddy. Like that's still her daddy. I don't give a fuck what she say. She want to do trans logic and allow him to identify himself as whatever gender he wants. That's on her, but I ain't got to accept that crap. If she want to allow him to pick whatever race he wanted to identify, that's on her, but I ain't got to accept that crap. No, that motherfucker ain't black. He was mixed. He had a black parent. But nah, him himself, he was mixed. He was mixed. She can call him whatever she want to call him. I'm just telling you what I'm going to call him. I'm going to call that motherfucker mixed. Like what he is. I mean, like again, he grew up in the one drop era, where that was widely accepted. Like it's still widely accepted now, but not as much because of social media. There's bigger pushback against this ideal now than it was any time in previous history, right? In previous history, it kind of was just accepted. It was like a taboo topic in the hood. You don't question it. It's like the Bible, right? You don't question it. You don't push back on it. You just accept it. This is what it is, and that's just what it was. And you didn't question it. And now with the social media, people are now questioning it. And now and then you got the biracials that are running around here saying they ain't black, they biracial. So now that this has turned into a conversation now. The conversation is real. Know what I mean? I don't know what Renee doing. Renee, you there? All right, she stepped away for a second.
I was trying to find a clip.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, give me a second.
Yeah, but yeah, man, that people nowadays, they like to identify as a whole bunch of stuff that they eat. I see it happen all the motherfucking time. Motherfuckers identifying as pro-black, knowing damn well they ain't. I mean, motherfuckers talk about they be anti-swirl, knowing damn well they ain't. You know what I mean? I see it all the time. People be false flagging all the time. There's a whole bunch of false flagging going on around these parts. Not just in Mariah's household. We gotta check all this false flagging. Too much false flagging going on, man. Motherfuckers gotta go in their proper boxes. Heard up. Hey, would you say that person black? Fuck out of here. That false flagging shit. Your ass out of here. G-check, nigga. G-check. How many black grandparents you got? G-check. How many black grandparents you got? Come up off that motherfucking ancestry, motherfucking. Come up off that ancestry, motherfucking results, fool. How many black grandparents you got? How much sub-Saharan African DNA up in your system? Come up off them goddamn ancestry results, fool. G-check, nigga. The hell wrong with you motherfuckers? I need to know these things. Come up off that. What wrong with you motherfuckers, man? Heard that? Start checking all them false flagging motherfuckers running around here with they fake ass pseudo black cards. Start checking these motherfuckers. G-check the shit out of their ass. You said you what? You black? I don't know about you, Doc. Yeah, I don't know about you. You looking a little suspect over there. I don't know, man. Them curls in your hair looking extra loose. I don't know. I don't know about you, Doc. You looking very piss-colored over there. I don't know about you, Doc. I don't know. G-check, fool. G-check, fool. Run that motherfucking ancestry results. G-check, fool. Where your paperwork? Show me that paperwork. Fuck wrong with you? Right around here false flagging. G-check, nigga. I need to see that paperwork. G-checking the shit out of motherfuckers. Right there, the entrance of the cookout. Right before they come in the cookout. They come try to waltz their ass up in the fucking cookout. Be like, hold up, fool. I don't know about you, Doc. I don't know. You check that, where your black card at? Let me see. You know, motherfuckers be having a lot of motherfucking fraudulent black cards around here. Motherfuckers be buying fake ones at motherfucking Walmart and shit. I mean, I gotta make sure your shit official. Your shit better have your shit better have a seal on it. Your black card got the seal on it. You know, we got special black cards with the seal and with the reflecting light on it, like inside the card and shit, like the driver's license. Yeah, we got that shit going on with the black card. Don't be going to Walmart with that pseudo fake shit. You peep that shit out. G-check, fool. G-check, fool. Let me run that motherfucking card. Run that black card. Where's that? Nobody's got it. Whip that shit out, motherfucker. What the fuck you think this shit is? I ain't playing these fools. Sean King, he's fucked. He's fucked. Motherfucker G-check him, he's fucked. Run them ancestry results, motherfucker. I would love to see his ancestry results. You know he took one too. You know that motherfucker took one too. I would love to see them motherfuckers. You know he took one. He hiding the fuck out of that shit. That motherfucker burnt the evidence. I'm sure that motherfucker took one, burnt the evidence. That fucking weirdo. You know that motherfucker, he gonna fail. You know, he ain't got that government seal on his motherfucking black card. That motherfucker is fuck that. His seal ain't official. His shit ain't official. He got a Walmart joint, the type I'm talking about. One you get at your local drugstore. He went to his local drugstore and went and got a fake ass fucking black card. Lost in that shit. Won't let nobody look at it. That shit out of here. Yeah, that motherfucker, yeah, for real, 99.99999% European. European, motherfucker. We gonna have that small percentage of motherfucking African DNA. He gonna have about that 5 or 6% of African DNA. He gonna be like, see, look, y'all. I told y'all I got black. I'm mixed. I'm a mulatto. I'm a mixed black man. Look, read my ancestry. Look, you want to G-check me, fool? Look, motherfucker, I'm a mulatto. I got 6% African DNA. I'm mixed. You gonna just reject your mixed mulatto brothers? Don't you know what us mulattoes have done throughout the course of black history? And you just gonna reject us? You already know. You gonna marry that motherfucker, boy. That son of a bitch. If that motherfucker got more than 6% African DNA, I'll delete my channel. If he got more than 6%, I will delete my motherfucking channel. Sean King, get the fuck out of here. He full of shit. Word up, the white wolf. Word up. That motherfucker is, yo, he's a white wolf in black clothing. Take that clothing off. A goddamn white wolf in black clothing. Stop it. What are you doing? I read stories about you, motherfucker. Get your ass the fuck out of here. You ain't up to no good, motherfucker. You motherfuckers crazy. Don't listen to these weirdos, family. Don't listen to these weirdos. These motherfuckers that have you thinking Rachel Dolezal is a Nubian princess. Don't listen to these weirdos. G-check all these motherfuckers. G-check them. And let these motherfuckers know that ain't it. That ain't it. You will not make this the new black. You will not make this the new black. Not on my watch. No. They already trying to make it happen. No. Not on my watch. I see what's going on. We gonna call this shit out. No more than 2%. Word up. Exactly. I agree with you. Ain't nothing black about that motherfucker. Nothing. That's a full blown skateboarding ass Billy Bob. Oh, Renee, you there? I want to publicly acknowledge something.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Yes, you was correct. It was a lot of black people who agreed with you about the, black people being into skateboarding. It's not everybody. It was kind of a mixed bag, depending on. I've asked a multitude of people, and it's been a mixed bag. Depending on generation and region. Right, a lot of it was based on that, but it was some people that were saying that was, they live in an area where people were skateboarding, but it was like I remember Niecy came on and said that she out in Seattle and she see black motherfuckers with skateboards all the fucking time, but that is Seattle, that.
See, there you go.
But I mean, Renee, let's keep it a buck.
Okay,
That's Negro peeing haven out there in Seattle. We know this already. That's the swirling capital of the world. So they love white folks out there. So that's not even really a shocker. But I heard people in other areas also saying that they be seeing people out there skateboarding and everything else, not just Seattle. But But yeah, it was based on like region and generation as well. A lot of people in my generation agreed that Negroes wasn't skateboarding back in the day. Like Negroes, like it's some new shit, but they see it. But it's some new shit. Like they also acknowledge this wasn't something that was going on back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to publicly say yes. You had a point. You had a point.
Oh my gosh. I've had to sit here and deal with all this with you about this whole skateboard thing, and he tried to make it into
that topic fascinated me.
Huh?
I said the topic fascinated me because of it becoming a black thing in the hood. That kind of just fascinated me. That, like, when did this happen? Like, I legitimately was trying to figure out when this happened, like, and what was the cause of it. Because again, that ain't something that my generation passed down to the millennials. That's not something my generation passed down to the millennials or the Zoomers. So I was just a little bit perplexed.
But it's multiple reasons why, and I was trying to tell you that. Like, it's not just on no Eminem. I mean, part of it is like more black people.
Yeah, I didn't put it all on him, but I think he
went
is
there.
a big part.
You went there.
Yeah, I do think he's a big part of something like that happening. Yeah, yes.
You went there, and immediately you was on some, well, Eminem, da da da. I'm like, y'all, Psycho's an Eminem fan. But anyway, but no, you went there to Eminem, and I'm like, I'm not disagreeing that Eminem had an impact on like all of that, but it's not just Eminem. Like, it's multiple things, because number one, you have to remember that more black people were living in like integrated communities than ever before. So you have more black people. I mean, you know, historically, so because I never said that skateboarding was a black thing. I never said that it was. All I said was that a lot more black people are doing it. You know what I'm saying now? And so it's not just about.
No, I believe you said it's a black thing now. I think you said it was a black thing now.
No, I didn't say it was a black thing now. I said it's more black people doing it now. Okay. A lot more black people doing it now. I never said it was a black thing. But you have more black people who were living in, like, you know, suburban areas or more racially integrated, if you will, areas than ever before in this country. You had that really starting to really pop off in the 90s. So you had neighborhoods and communities with white kids and with black kids now who were in the same communities, right, going to the same school.
Now we're getting somewhere.
So that was an impact. That was an impact on as well. And then also with the internet, the rise of the internet becoming more popular, people were putting out like skate tapes and stuff. And that's how like that guy Stevie Williams and what's the other guy, Terry Kennedy. By the way, some news.
But you definitely onto something with the suburb kids, as far as like, you know, like a lot of the black kids that got into this stuff wasn't necessarily from the hood. They was from like the burbs, living around a bunch of white kids that was into this, right? Because that's their culture. Yeah. So they was into this, and they adopted it as well, you know, and that's how they got into it, living around white kids, right? And I would agree with you there on that. Absolutely.
It was a multitude of factors. Then you had people, like I said, you had like B.A.T.E. The B.A.T.E. line was really, really popular. And so you had people like Pharrell, Skateboard P, and people like that who were black people who were popular, who were popping, and like their, you know what I'm saying, their style at that time was popular.
Well, the goddamn coon. And so is Lil Wayne, who was pushing that. And so is Lil Wayne, who was pushing that skateboarding.
Yeah, so you had more. Yeah, you had more of that. You know what I'm saying? Crossing over and appealing to black kids as well. It wasn't just all on some Eminem.
Right. It was some coons that was taking. It was some coons that was taking white culture and trying to blackwash it.
And then it was. I don't know about that. If they like riding skateboards, I don't see what's wrong with them riding skateboards.
So they not. Wait. Is Pharrell and Lil Wayne not coons?
Who said? I'm talking about black people who wanted to ride skateboards. I'm not talking about.
I was talking about Pharrell. I was specific. I said Pharrell and Lil Wayne are a bunch of coons that took white culture and tried to make it popular amongst black people or whatever.
Okay, we know they're coons, but I'm saying like people in general, like and
who love white culture. They coons who love white culture, and they were two people that promoted skateboarding, right?
You had like I said, a lot of black skaters that was popular. You had that show Rob and Big. You had like a lot of like crossover shows and stuff like that was on MTV at that time. and they had some of the black skateboarders and stuff on there. So you had where it was more black kids at that time who were seeing like, oh, it's some black skateboarders out here and this, that, and the other. And some of them either like to do it because like I said, you have more black kids in suburban areas than ever before. And so they was like, let me try this skateboard thing, or some of them already liked it or whatever. So all I'm saying is that's not all on the basis of Eminem. Like, you want to use Eminem.
No, it's not only him. No, it's not only him. I would
Eminem. You want to use Eminem as your reference point for everything. Like, no, like Eminem, I think I agree with you in that I think that factored in, but it's definitely not.
No, it's not only him. It's not only
definitely
him.
not.
You had the Coons that was promoting it. You had the proximity to white kids. Proximity to white kids during that time. That was a part of it. I agree with you there. So yeah, I agree. It's a combination of a lot of things.
But when you was arguing with me, you didn't say none of that. You said Eminem. That was your
I said Eminem played a role. Yeah, Eminem played a role.
That was your singular argument.
No, it wasn't only Eminem.
I was trying to get it.
Now you misrepresent me. I ain't saying it was only.
No, that was what was your other? What else did you say?
I came out. Eminem was the first thing I said, but that wasn't my only argument.
That was the only thing you said. And you kept saying, what you trying to tell me when I'm saying it? I said, I don't disagree that Eminem played a role, but it wasn't all that. And you was like,
right. And but what I was pushing back, let's get this part right. I didn't disagree with that statement that it wasn't all Eminem. I didn't disagree with that. What I disagreed with was the skateboarding being a black thing way back in the day. And I was like, no, back in the day it wasn't a black thing. I was like, this became a black thing later on, like in the early 2000s, late 90s, around that time or something like that. I was like, this wasn't a thing in the early to mid 90s or in the 80s. If black kids was not skateboarding.
I was very confused because at what point did I ever say in the 80s skateboard was popular with black kids? I was born in the 80s.
My argument, I never said you said it. I never said that you said that. I was saying because the argument was you were saying that black people been skateboarding, and I gave a time frame when this skateboarding thing must have took off, and you were saying no, they was doing it even before then, and I was like, no, that's not true. They wasn't doing it back at this time and that time.
No, that's not true. That's not true. I never aged anything I said back to no 80s and no nothing like that. I was talking about the Olympics, and I said, and when did the Olympics just happen? I said, and I was like, yeah, I said, you have a lot of black people now that skateboard. I said, in more recent time, I'm not talking about no 1980s. Like, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the late 90s on. Like, I never said that. And he was like, Vlad TV. Remember, y'all, he gonna try to use Vlad TV against me, y'all. He gonna go back.
No, I was watching. No, wait. I was looking up black skateboarding culture or community or whatever, and a Vlad TV video popped up where he was interviewing this black skateboarder. And I was listening to this black skateboarder, and actually the title of the video was, they was talking about, black people taking over the skateboarding community or something like that, whatever. So being that that's what we was talking about, I watched the video. And then when I watched the video, he was interviewing a black kid. And in the middle of the video, Vlad kind of co-signed what I said, which was, because Vlad was raised in the Northeast, and he said the same thing I said, which was, back when I was coming up as a kid, skateboarding was always looked at as white boy shit. Like, he literally said that verbatim, and that's what I was literally had just told Renee. Like, this was always viewed as white boy shit. Like, this was never viewed as black thing, right? This was never a black thing. Like, I'd never seen black people riding around on skateboards. I just never seen it. It wasn't something that we did. And that's what I was, like, yeah, see, Vlad just kind of co-signed this. This wasn't something, this is some new stuff. Like, this wasn't going on when we was kids. then that's what I was trying to get to. Like, well, when did this happen? You know, and I was when and why did this happen? That's what I was trying to get to find out.
But I certainly never spoke on no 80s or none of that. Like, again, I was born in the 80s. I wouldn't even know. I said in more recent times than somehow you ended up in the 80s, and Steve Ladd said wasn't nobody in the 80s. So I never said that. Like, I never said that.
You didn't say that. You said people were skateboarding before the 2000s and all that, and I was like, well, when? And I was saying when because I said they wasn't doing it in the early to mid 90s, and they damn sure wasn't doing it in the 80s. And so I was like, well, when was they doing it? Because you said it was way before the 2000s. So I'm like, well, when? Because that's what I was trying to figure out. Well, when? Because that only leaves like about a 4 to 5 year window.
Oh gosh, you need to stop, y'all. He on here capping and everything. Listen,
that's totally how it went down.
And first of all, are the late 90s before the 2000s or are they after the 2000s?
Before.
It's before. So
before.
Yeah.
Right.
Like
98, like 98 or something like that, right? Like 98.
Why would I ever speak? Okay, so why would I ever speak on the 80s?
Same year Eminem dropped. The same year Eminem dropped.
But wait a minute. Why would I speak on the 80s or even the early 90s that people would skateboard? Like, why would I really speak on that? I didn't.
That's why I was trying to figure out when was you saying this was a big, because you said it was big in before 2000. And I'm like, big? That means it must have been going on for quite some time if it was big before 2000.
I never said it was quite. That's what you said. That's what you said, quite some time. And then you related
said it was a lot of black people skateboarding before.
I said it was going on before. I said people been skateboarding before the early 2000s, and they were skateboarding in the 90s, in the late 90s. Yes, people were skateboarding
around 98.
Like I said, that's when
same year Eminem dropped.
Was one of the most famous black skateboarders ever, and his whole crew put out their first skate stuff. I mean, not their first skate stuff, but that's when they really started getting big. So people, yes, there were black skateboarders out there. What do Eminem got? Like, y'all see how he brings up Eminem? Like, he's crazy about Eminem. Like,
I'm fucking with you, Renee. I'm fucking with you.
No,
Renee.
he's not. Y'all, he loves Eminem.
You acting like you ain't hear me. So I'm like, I'm gonna keep fucking with him.
He loves Eminem, y'all.
Whatever.
He loves Eminem. He's an Eminem fan. Eminem wrote that song "Stand" about Psycho.
Whatever. I'm not scared when I'm blaming him for got our motherfucking kids out here riding around fucking skateboards and shit, breaking their fucking elbows and funny bones and shit. I'm blaming him. I'm the one. How can I be blaming him and be a stan? I can't be both. I can't be an Eminem basher and a stan, Renee.
But Eminem
you gotta make up your mind, Renee. Which one am I? Am I a stan or am I Eminem basher?
Eminem didn't. I never said you was a basher of him. So
well,
I would say stan.
You just got to say it, Renee. He was trying to blame all this on Eminem. He was trying to blame all this on Eminem. So now you turn around and say I'm an Eminem.
When I say blame, I don't mean that in like a negative way. I'm saying you're just saying like he's responsible for black people skateboarding.
Well, why would I? If I'm a stan, that would be me blame. Why would I blame him? Like when my position is this skateboard culture is white boy shit, and our kids are being whitewashed with this crap.
But you're saying
and next thing you know, we're gonna be up here trying to do X Games and all this other crap, craziness.
No.
I don't view this as a good thing.
No.
I don't view this skateboard thing as a good thing.
No, you're trying to say black people start trying to do white stuff. So you're actually blaming the black people. You're not blaming Eminem. You're just saying Eminem helped to bring.
I'm blaming black people for following that motherfucker. I'm blaming black people for following that. So wait. I'm not supposed to blame the black people for following this motherfucker?
No.
About putting random black people following this motherfucker.
Eminem didn't even skate.
I mean, Eminem up here, he talking about white boy shit. He talking about white boy shit. That's what white boys do.
And you talked about how
Eminem doing what white boys do. He's talking about white boy shit. The onus is on us not to follow that white boy shit.
And you
like he's doing what white boys do.
And Eminem's nice, and he used to hang with the whatever that group was, the Outsiders or Outlaws or somebody.
Outsiders.
And he was with them and everything. No, he could rap. No,
I wasn't. Wait. Let's not make it seem like wait. Time out. We ain't gonna do that. We ain't gonna act like I was out here hanging out with motherfucking Eminem and we was out chilling and all this everything else. So I met the motherfucker. I met him. That meeting him and hanging out with the motherfuckers is two different things. We ain't going to do revisionist history around here. I met the motherfucker. I met a lot of people. That ain't about nothing.
Did you G-check him or the Outsiders? Why was they hanging with a white boy?
He was a dirty little dingy white boy from Detroit.
Okay, why was they hanging with a white boy? You want to get mad at the black skateboarders? Did you get mad at the Outsiders for having a dingy little white boy around?
Hey man, listen man, they did what they did. They did what they did.
Okay.
They did what they did.
But you
did what they did.
Right, see?
They ain't skateboarding though. The motherfuckers wasn't skateboarding. We might have had that dingy white boy around, but he wasn't skateboarding with him. That's for goddamn sure.
Oh, they was hanging out with him. That was their boy, and he stole from them. That's even worse.
Yeah.
What he did was even worse. So
yeah, I agree. That's why it's fucking. That's why you zone me out every time you call him. Every time you try to project me as being a stand. How the fuck am I a stand when I can't stand that motherfucker? I can't stand the motherfucker. I talk shit about this motherfucker. How the hell am I a stand?
He on here playing.
Exactly.
You have defended him. Like, nah, he can't. You like, nah. Is he in your top 10?
What happened?
Is he in your top 10?
Is he in my top 10? No.
I think you said top 20, right?
He might make my bottom 20, maybe. I do more thought to it. I have to put more thought to it, but he might make my bottom 20. He might. I said he might make my bottom 20. I ain't say he was there. I said I'll have to put more thought to it. I say he's definitely. He say he's not the fucking GOAT. No way in hell. He's not my top 5. No way in hell. I say he's not even my top 10. I said at best maybe bottom 20 if I had to think about it. I was like he might not even be there. I said he might not even be there. So, yeah.
Y'all Psycho be too funny. Psycho be
That's what I said.
Funny. So, but you said he's an MC though. He's nice.
Yeah, he's not garbage.
Remember, because you was getting mad about Snoop Dogg's interview and stuff. Remember?
What happened?
Did you get mad about Snoop Dogg's interview when he said something about Eminem?
Why would I get mad about somebody's opinion about Eminem?
Remember, you got mad.
No,
I remember.
This is when the conversation about to be over. This is when we about to stop. This is why I don't have Eminem conversation. This is why I don't have Eminem conversations. This is why, family. People ask why I don't have Eminem conversations. This is why. This is why. You see what she's doing, right? Y'all see what she's doing, right? Y'all see what she's doing. This is why I don't have Eminem conversations.
What am I doing? I'm asking a question because remember Snoop Dogg.
Yeah, and I gave you an answer, and you started trying to fit my answer as you trying to paint a narrative. So
no,
go
I'm
ahead.
not painting the narrative. I'm asking you, like, remember because Snoop was like, he ain't my top 5. Remember? And you was like, he didn't even have to say that.
Wait. I don't never tell anybody they wrong with their top 5s. I don't never get emotional about people having top 5. So that's a lie. I come from a motherfucking sector where I sat there and had a huge motherfucking show, and that motherfuckers always called in every fucking show telling me they top 5s. I always listen to people telling me they top 5s. I have never got emotional over people. It's their opinion. Well, why would I get mad that Snoop don't have Eminem in his top 5? I might not agree with him, whatever, but it is what it is. I do agree with him not having him in his top 5. I didn't agree with everybody that was in his top 5, but I don't disagree with him not having Eminem up in there. Why would I get upset with that? Even if he had Eminem in his top 5, I wouldn't get upset. I would not agree with him, but I ain't gonna get upset. I don't get emotional over his top 5.
Would you be more upset that he had him in there or didn't have him in there?
I wouldn't be upset at either. It's an opinion. I'll be disappointed. I'll be disappointed if he had him in his top 5 because I would expect him not the motherfucker that have more knowledge on hip hop you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. But if that's what he would say, that's just what he would have said. That's his opinion. I wouldn't agree with him. You know, it's all opinion based. People top 5 is all opinion based. There's no right or wrong answer when discussing top 5s. It's all based on opinion.
You need to stop, y'all.
There's no right. There's a right or wrong answer when discussing people's top 5s.
You feel like that. You feel like that.
Are you telling me there's a right and wrong answer?
No, I don't feel like that. You feel like that.
When have I ever said there's a right or wrong answer?
You like, this person ain't
bullshit. I got my top 5. I got my top 5. My top 5 is my top 5. Everybody ain't gonna agree with my top 5. My top 5 ain't like most people top 5. Most people top 5s is like Tupac, Biggie, you know, Drake, you know, Lil Wayne, you know, shit like that. You know, that's most motherfuckers top 5s. My top 5 ain't nothing like that. Right? Like, so my top 5 ain't gonna be like the average motherfucker's top 5. So it is what it is.
Don't say nothing about, but nobody better not talk about Biggie or Eminem. Psycho will go through the roof.
No. I don't talk about Eminem. That's a lie. I don't even talk about Eminem. I don't even talk about Eminem. Every time Eminem comes up with this kind of conversation, I'm either a stan or a hater. So I don't even talk about Eminem. I'm either a stan or I'm a hater. I can't. There is no middle ground when talking about him. So I don't like talking about him. I don't even discuss him because it's silly.
Oh my God.
The conversation gets like this. It gets silly. You know, it goes outside of talking about being real, discussing this. It goes to the ad homs and shaming language, and it turns like either you're a hater or you a stan.
No, you're not a hater.
One or the other. It's like, yo, you a hater. Oh, you a hater. How you don't gotta be your top 5? How you don't gotta be your top 10? Oh, you a hater. You a hater. Or it's the opposite. Oh, you're a stan. You're a stan. How you saying he's not garbage? How you saying he's not trash? Oh, you're a stan. You're a stan. It's like he's too polarizing. I can't have a real conversation when discussing Eminem, so I don't discuss him. I let people get whatever your opinion is about him. Okay, that's your opinion about him. That is what it is. I don't argue. I don't push back. I don't say, "Oh, you're wrong." None of that. I don't even play them little silly games because they not real conversations when discussing them. Because
most of the conversations you have with people
love him to death, and anything you say criticizing him or critiquing him, or if you don't rank him as high as they got him ranked, you're a hater. Then he has the people that can't stand his guts, who hate the air he breathes. If you don't sit here and align with everything he says is garbage, nothing he says is worth shit, and everything said and third about, he's never made a dope song in his life, and all. If you don't align with that shit, then you're a stan. It is with that. Blah, blah, blah. So there is no middle ground when talking about him. So it's like I just choose not to have the conversation. It's silly. I hate talking about Eminem.
Oh my God.
That's why I didn't talk about him on a music level when discussing him just now. You brought it to a music level. I was talking about the impact. I was talking about the impact.
What do you mean?
But God,
he's a rapper. Like, how can you not?
I know it. Then she starts talking about. She immediately started calling me a stan, and then she called me a hater, and she called me both.
What is it? But you brought up Eminem.
Yeah. I brought up trolling. I was trolling.
So like, what? Okay. So why you get mad at me?
I was trolling. Yes, I was trolling. You're right. I was trolling.
Okay.
I was.
Y'all see what's up.
See, look, people in chat. See, he loves it. Look who popped up. See, this is why I don't talk about Eminem. See, look who popped up. Look who popped up. If you don't say
Psycho
trash, you're a stan, you're this, you cake bomb, and all. Look, that's what I'm saying. See, this is why I don't even talk about it. This is why I don't even talk about it.
But see, why would so? Okay, I'm gonna leave it alone. I will leave it alone.
This is why I don't talk about it. So when you say I talk about him and I say he said no, I don't. That's a lie. I avoid talking about Eminem. But other people's opinion is about Eminem. That's your opinion about Eminem. It's what it is. I ain't gonna tell you wrong. I ain't gonna tell you none of that.
But see, why point out Lashid? Unless because we know Lashid does not like Eminem, and I'm with you.
Lashid is president of the Eminem.
Why would you feel a certain way then about that?
He's the
president. Why would you feel a certain way then about that?
What happened?
I said, so why you feel a certain way about that then?
Who feels some that way? I don't. Wait. You can ask this shit. I don't be in Lashid's chat telling her stop talking about Eminem. Don't say this about Eminem and other. Lashid talk her shit. I sit back and listen. I don't challenge her. I don't wait. No, you can't get that. She right there in the chat. She can back me up on this. I do not her chat defending no Eminem. I don't be no. She talk her shit. Talk her shit. I am not offended by her talking shit about Eminem or anybody else. That's her opinion. Nope, I don't do it. I don't do it. She be talking her shit. Talk your shit. I don't disagree with what she be saying. Because I got issues with Eminem. I don't even disagree. Outside of we disagree with on the artistic level. But the stuff outside of hip hop, that like his impact, that his negative impact on hip hop and all that other stuff she be saying, I don't disagree with none of that shit. I don't disagree with none of that.
Wait, I have a question. I have one last question. Do you consider Eminem a real MC?
Yeah, I consider him an MC. Yes.
Case closed. Thank you. The jury.
Now I'm a stand, right? Because I consider him an MC. I know.
To the jury, you heard what happened here today, jury. You have a decision to make when you go back in the jury room to convict psychopath atheists or to say not guilty.
Whatever.
Okay.
Listen, me saying he's an MC does not make me a stand. I say a bunch of people are MCs. That nobody says I'm a stand when I say anybody else is an MC, except for when I say it about him. When I say it about him, I get shot. Because I say it about anybody else, nobody side eyes me. Nobody says, "Oh, you're a groupie," or "You're this, that, and the third, anything else." I'm just acknowledging his artistic abilities. That's the only thing I'm acknowledging. I'm not saying he's a GOAT. I have never called him a GOAT. Again, you have never heard me say he is a top 5. I never say he was top 10. I don't have him I don't kiss his ass. I don't say he's the greatest of all times. I don't put him on these wild ass pedestals that these stands put him on. I just acknowledge that he knows how to spit. I just acknowledge that.
And you know what? I have to agree with you on that. Because when he was going at Backstreet Boys and stuff, man.
Oh, I don't give him no credit for.
When he was going at the Backstreet Boys,
you talking about battling? That's something different. Now you talking. Wait. That's a different conversation. If you talk about battling, I don't give him a lot of brownie points for his battling because of what you just said. He hasn't battled anybody where I did streams talking about this. He hasn't battled anybody worth a damn. Hey, he's battled a bunch of trash ass, right? Like, so me giving him credit for his artistic abilities, not me saying he had a whole bunch of great battles, because he hasn't.
I'm not talking about battles. I'm talking about
he bodied people, but he bodied people that are not MCs. Like, he's never won a battle against the MC. Let me just say that. He's won battles against a bunch of nondescript, whack-ass rappers. That's who he's won battles against. So I don't give him credit for being this tremendous battle rapper because he has no resume of being that. So yeah,
No,
so I don't say all that.
No, I'm saying his songs where he was dissing Backstreet Boys, man. I was like, this is real MC.
It's the Backstreet Boys. You don't hear me. When have you heard me? See this is what I mean. This is why I don't have these conversations. Cause see how she trying to spin this like I'm trying to say that Eminem done killed the Backstreet Boys, therefore he's nice or some shit like that. She's saying what I'm saying.
No, that's my opinion.
Okay.
That's my opinion.
Okay. As long as you ain't saying that's mine. As long as you ain't saying that's my opinion. Okay. As long as you ain't saying that's my opinion. That's what you said. Okay.
I'm saying lyrically, he was raw. Like when he came at the Backstreet Boys and NSYNC, when he went after Britney Spears, man, I was like, he was killing it.
I hear you.
He killed it. You feel me? Them bars. I was like, bars. You know what I'm saying? And like, yeah,
I hear you. I don't think he's trash. And I do think he's the best white MC that done it. I can't think of a white MC that was better than him. Now, we talking white MCs, he is the GOAT. If you're talking white MCs, out of white MCs, he ain't the GOAT all time of everybody. But we just talking his race of people. He's the GOAT. If you take all the black people out, all the Puerto Ricans out, you take all the Asians out, and it's just all white people, he's the GOAT.
You know who he really bodied though?
I
said, you want to know who he really bodied though?
Who?
Black women. Boy, he bodied black women like bars. You feel me?
See how this conversation never stays with the artistic. It never stays where I'm talking about. See, now we about to talk about him talking about shit about black women. Okay, let's talk about that.
Huh? What are you talking about?
Let's talk about that.
I'm Slim Shady. That's a real shady. Real Slim Shady. Please stand
like
up.
I said, I just want everybody to pay attention how this conversation is going, and y'all will understand why I don't have Eminem conversations. Just pay attention how this conversation is going.
You're the one getting upset.
I'm not getting upset. I'm not upset. I'm just pointing out this is why I don't have Eminem conversations. This is why I don't have Eminem conversations because
why?
Because it never stays on topic. And it always comes down to people throwing ad homs, and also now I think he's the greatest battle rapper of all times because he beat down the Backstreet Boys, and I'm supporting him talking shit about black women and blah blah blah. See, this was going. It never stays on just the bars. When I can talk about anybody else, because if I talk about anybody else, like me and Lashid was talking earlier, and we was talking about music and all that stuff, and everything stayed on the bars. Everything stayed on the bars. Everything stayed on the genre of music. All of it. Eminem comes into the conversation, everything goes left. Everything goes left. All of a sudden, it's no longer about bars. It's no longer about albums. It's no longer about this, that, and third. It's about everything but that. And it's like, that's why I don't even like talking about it, because he derails the conversation. Eminem derails just about any conversation you have.
I'm just saying, like, he has some amazing famous disses that, like, you know what I'm saying? A lot of people, Ricky Martin, Britney Spears, NSYNC, Backstreet Boys, you know what I'm saying? Vanilla Ice. You know what I mean? Like,
he's better than Vanilla Ice.
New Kids on the Block.
He's better than Vanilla Ice.
Yeah, you couldn't wait to say
He's better
that.
than all those white motherfuckers. He's better than all those white motherfuckers. Y'all can't name me no white motherfucker better than him. At least not in my opinion. Y'all can name white people that y'all might like better than him. Y'all can name me white people that y'all like better than him. But I don't know. Y'all be hard pressed to find me.
Do y'all notice something? Psycho's trying to find every opportunity to give him credit, but never opportunities.
I'm saying he's the best white motherfucker. I'm saying he's the best white motherfucker.
But you're looking for opportunities
y'all
to
can challenge me on that. Nobody want to challenge me on that, but go ahead, y'all can challenge me on it.
But see, you're looking for opportunities to give him credit. Like,
I'm looking for opportunities to give him credit. Right.
Yeah,
I didn't you're gonna ignore all the other shit I said, and we just gonna talk about that, right? Right.
But if he's in your top 20,
I ain't put him above. No, I ain't put him. I say he's the GOAT of white people, but that's a problem.
But wait a minute. But you said he's in your top 20. So then
but if I came on here, but you know what's funny? I will come on here and say Big Pun is the GOAT of Hispanic rappers. I don't get no smoke. Don't nobody say, oh, you a pun groupie. Oh, how can you say that? Oh, you just trying to find ways to give pun credit and blah, 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 and this, that, and the third. Because I've said this numerous times, and I believe that. And I stand on that. Pun is the greatest Hispanic rapper to ever do it. Motherfuckers can't name me a Hispanic rapper better than Big Pun. I will make that claim about Big Pun. I don't get the same smoke. I say that about Eminem. Eminem's the GOAT of all white rappers. That's a problem. I can't even say he's better than other white rappers. If I say he's better than other white rappers, that's a problem. This is why I don't have Eminem conversation.
First of all, First of all, is Eminem the best white rapper? For the most, yeah, he is. So no, I'm not. I mean, that's whatever. I said you were looking for opportunities to still give him a pat on the like to say something good versus something bad. And what I was saying was that if he's in your top 20, then he's ahead of a lot of other quality black rappers. Am I right?
What happened?
In terms of your list, I said if he's in your top 20.
No, I didn't say he was. I said he might make it. I would have to think about it. I didn't definitely put him there. I said if he was in my top 20, he'll be the bottom half, like 18, 19, maybe even 20. I said maybe. I said he's floating somewhere around the something right around the 20 and 30 mark. Maybe he might crack 20. That's what I told you, I believe. I didn't say he was definitely in my top 20. Like, yo, yeah, he's in my top 20. He's like 14 or 16 or something like. No, I didn't say that. I said
what difference will make if it's 14 or if it's 19?
Well, it matters to me. 20. It matters to me. It might not matter to you, but it matters to me.
But I'm okay. Well, to me, I just said top 20. That could mean the person is at number 20 or they're at number 5. Like,
I just want to specify what I said. Yeah, and I was basing that. I was basing that on a combination of things, but yes.
Okay. So, okay. Y'all, let me leave Psycho alone because he's starting to get mad.
Well, I don't like when I'm being misrepresented. And like, just people address what I'm saying, that's fine. But they don't, what I say always get twisted to something else. It's like I'm trying to push an agenda, like you just said. I was like you were just trying to push it, like I was pushing the agenda or something. Like you're trying to just find a way to give them credit and see stuff like that. I don't like that stuff, like because I can't have a real conversation when people are doing that. You know, because it's like, all right, that makes me not even want to say nothing because anything I say is going to get twisted. That's why I don't like talking about it. You know, like.
Okay. Psycho, I was just messing with you. We've done this a million times, y'all. We've had these same conversations, and now you're getting mad. I was just
I'm not mad, Renee. Will you stop saying I'm getting mad?
Well, it seemed like it, but whatever.
No, I'm just saying why I don't have Eminem conversation.
Again, I never brought him up, so.
No, I know I did. I'm guilty of bringing him up. I'm guilty. But I'm just saying for future reference. I'm just saying this for future reference. This is why, because yeah, this is usually what happens. At least online. I've had more real conversations face to face in person. Actually, I ain't used to have it wasn't that bad in the hip hop sector. When I was in the hip hop sector, I could actually have an honest conversation about Eminem over there. They called me an Eminem hater. which is funny. It's hilarious to hear y'all call me a stan over here when over there, them motherfuckers all call me an Eminem hater. He's like, yo, Psycho's a racist. He hates white rappers. He be hating on Eminem. Blah, 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 blah. Because all them motherfuckers over there, there's a large contingent of them motherfuckers that push that Eminem's the GOAT shit. They was all over there talking that Eminem's the GOAT shit, and I was over there pushing back against all that shit. I was over there pushing back against all that shit, night in and night out, with hundreds of people calling in. We're pushing back against all these motherfuckers. Like, Eminem is not the GOAT.
You said that.
Like, this guy is like, blah, 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 like, killing these motherfuckers, like, destroying them. And then they all called me a bunch of Eminem haters. Like, for the longest time, I had that reputation of being an Eminem hater. But I always told them I'm not a hater. I'm just not going to be tripping like you motherfuckers saying he this and he that and everything. I don't view him the way y'all view him. But over here, I give him a slight little bit of credit. And boy, I get, you a stan, you're this, da 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 da. I was like, oh fuck. I can't wait for losing. That's why I was like, I'm about to stop talking about Eminem.
Well, let me say this. I never said that you said he was the GOAT or nothing like that. Right. So I did not say that. And second, like I said, you did bring him up, and you already know what I was going to say.
I brought him up on the aspect of skateboarding, but yeah.
Well, you wanted to troll, so the troller got trolled. Trolls get trolled. You feel me?
And you know what's funny? Hearing this coming from Renee, calling me a stan. Peep this, family. Yeah, you want to talk shit? Let's talk shit. She's talking about me being a stan. Renee, why don't you tell everybody how you a Jan? Tell everybody how you a Jan, Renee.
I like some of Justin Timberlake's songs.
Oh, no, Renee. No.
I do.
You love Justin Timberlake, Renee. You are a Jan. You are a Jan, Renee. And I have gotten on you about this. We gonna blast her today. She wanna talk crap about this Eminem stuff. Yeah, Renee is a Jan. But out there, yeah, I'm blasting her right now. She is a Jan. She loves Justin Timberlake. Justin Timberlake is in her top 20 R&B superstars of all time. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Justin Timberlake is in her top 20.
He is not in my damn top 20.
She is a Jan. Yes, you are.
He's a pop artist. He is not in my damn top 20 R&B. And you ain't never heard me say no, he's seen no R&B. He's a pop artist.
She's lying. He's an R&B artist. He is an R&B artist. He was on every black station. Timberland was his producer. Timberland was his producer. That motherfucker is R&B. That motherfucker is R&B. Y'all ain't gonna get that off. Nope.
Wait, Timberland's his producer, and what do that mean? Because Timberland produced him, that means that
it wasn't Timberland produced. R&B and hip hop. It wasn't Timberland produced. R&B and hip hop.
Timberland's a producer, period.
He produced R&B and hip hop. He produced R&B and hip hop. That's what Timberland produced. Justin Timberlake is R&B, and Renee is a Jan. She's a Jan. She loves Justin Timberlake. Let's keep it a buck. Yes, top 20. That's where you got him ranked. Let's keep it a buck, Renee. Yes. Talk about I'm a stan. You damn Jan. You stop playing. Renee got all them albums, all them shits. Back there, she back there in the mirror, getting dressed, listening to Justin. You know what I mean? Dancing and shit, getting her shit together, putting on her makeup, singing and shit, singing all that Justin shit. She loves Justin. She a Jan. Don't let her fool you, family. Don't let her fool you. Renee.
Talk to me, nine of this set. I mean, talk to me, boy. Get by the end of this song.
She know I ain't lying, baby. She know I ain't lying. She love Justin. Yup, she had them NSYNC posters. Yup.
I like NSYNC. I
know you do. That's what I was telling you.
I like them. I never liked Backstreet Boys, but I did like NSYNC.
Yep. See. You want to get on me? You want to get on me for saying Eminem got some talent when she up here buying all these Justin Timberlake motherfucking posters and
I don't call him
pins. She used to have the pins, family. She used to have the little Justin Timberlake pins. You know, remember the old school pins people used to buy and get from the fan clubs and shit. They'll pin it on their sweaters and stuff. Like she had an I Love Justin pin that she used to put it on the back of her book bag.
I like that too,
she had the I Love Justin Timberlake pin on the back of her Justin Timberlake book bag going to school and shit. It was a Disney joint. You know, they used to sell the Disney lunch, the Disney book bags and shit. And one was Britney, one was Christina, and one was fucking Justin. She had the Justin one. She had the Justin one with the motherfucking I Love Justin fan club pin.
How you know what it was? How you know what it was? Because I don't even know what you're talking about, but you know something.
I'm telling you, y'all know what I'm talking about.
Did you have
Don't make me go get the
Christina
picture.
Britney
I'll go get
Spears
the picture.
and Justin Timberlake pins? You must have had them. You must have had them because I don't know what you're talking about.
Nah, Renee, you don't remember that picture you sent me? Renee sent me the picture. Yeah, shit.
Right. I am whatever you say I am, because if I wasn't, it wouldn't even play this down. Oh man. That's what your boy said. I am whatever you say I am. Right.
They love Justin since Disney. She an old school Jan. She go back to Disney.
Anyway, no, we didn't have the Disney Channel because you had to pay extra money for it, and my daddy was like, hell no. Do y'all remember that back in the day where you had to pay extra money for the Disney Channel on cable? And then it would be like, you know how the channel
HBO. Like an extra $10, $11, some shit like that. The same thing as HBO.
Yeah. It was like extra money for the Disney Channel. And we'd be like, please, can we use this? They're like, hell no. You better be glad you getting cable at all. And I'm like, man. And then it used to be like, you know how a channel be kind of like snowy? It'd be like kind of snowy, but you can see a little bit of what's going on. It would be like that sometimes when we be trying to watch it. It was crazy, but yeah, trying to watch the.
Yeah, I know. You sometimes you can try to make it out and everything else.
Yeah.
That's dumb. Yeah. That's old school shit right there.
Because now Disney Channel.
That's old school stealing cable days right there. Try to steal as much cable as you can.
Yep.
Black people was some cable stealing motherfuckers back in the day. We'll jack the shit out your fucking cable back in the day.
Oh, that stuff was high.
Fuck your cable company, dog. Motherfuckers used to have them chip boxes. Up here, we used to have them little chip boxes where the motherfucking box, you had every fucking channel. You had even the pay-per-view joints. Everything that came on pay-per-view, you got for free. All the motherfucking movie channels, you got for free. Everything, it was like chip boxes. They had the chip up in there where everything just was free. As long as you had that chip box and shit. They done killed that, though. Them days gone. But, Yeah, we used to black people steal the fuck out of some cable. Black people
Yep.
steal the
Get
fuck out
somebody
of some
come
cable.
over there and hook it up. Yep. Get somebody come over there and hook it up, or people be trying to run cable lines and stuff.
Oh yeah,
And
motherfucker.
I
I would get cable in the house. I would get cable, like we'll move to a new spot. I'll get cable in the house. We only getting one line. We was only paying for one line. You know, they used to pay like you had to pay like an extra. You had to pay extra money
did that.
for each TV. Fuck that, man. We get one fucking line, get a splitter, and run that bitch all through the fucking house.
Going through the hallway and
all
stuff.
through the fucking house. Yep. We will steal the fuck out of your cable. We don't give a fuck. Like, yo, I'm not paying for all these fucking TVs. I'm paying for one TV, and that shit gonna run all through the house. We gonna have that shit running through like 4 or 5 TVs. One motherfucking thing. One cable line. We ain't playing no games. We steal the fuck out your cable. We wasn't playing. We ain't paying for that extra shit. Try to overcharge us.
And wait a minute, Dina, yes, that was the lick when you would get the free weekend. You would get the free preview weekend. Like, they had that with Disney Channel, and then they had it too with like Showtime or like...
Oh, like once a month, they might give you like a trial, like a free trial or something like that.
Yeah. Every so often they would do like a preview weekend or a free weekend or something like that to try to get you, because then that's when they're going to show like all the good stuff. You know what I mean? So you could be like, dang, I'm going to get Disney Channel or Showtime or whatever. Well, we want to get Disney regardless, but you be like, damn, I'm gonna get Showtime. And then when you get Showtime, they don't be playing nothing. But when you had the little free preview, you thought, oh shoot, they be playing everything. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yep, sure. They used to be everything, the free weekends.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you be happy as hell. Like, oh shit, I got Cinemax for the whole weekend. Yeah, all right, I got to go watch me some Cinemax. I got Showtime the whole weekend because I wouldn't have none of that. I would have HBO. I would have HBO though. Mm-hmm. That back when HBO used to still do boxing and everything else, so I would get either HBO or Showtime. I would bounce back and forth from them too, and Sports Channel during basketball season. I had to have Sports Channel back then. The Nets used to come on Sports Channel, and you had that. I used to have to pay to watch my Nets. That's fucked up. The Knicks would come on for free on Madison Square Garden. They would come on for free, but the Nets used to come on Sports Channel back then, and you had to pay for that shit. That shit used to suck. But that's what I used to have to do and everything else. So I would do that for basketball season, and until the Nets finally got on regular cable, then I had to pay that extra charge.
And y'all, let's keep it a buck. HBO, you already know what was on there. Y'all already know the one show that used to be on there in the 90s. That show Real Sex. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Oh, HBO shit. Yeah. Showing all those prostitutes and whorehouses. Cuckolds.
And then you have the taxi cab confession thing.
Oh, taxi cab confessions. Yeah, that was the other one. Yeah. Motherfuckers in there telling their life story. That was the soft white belly before the soft white underbelly and shit.
Yeah, for real. Yep.
That piece of shit ass channel. I don't even know why I mentioned that shit. Let me shut the fuck up. I shouldn't be talking about that. I don't even want to promote that shit. Fuck that shit.
I'll be watching it though.
Yeah, I know you be watching that shit. I don't like that shit. That shit is. Yeah, I don't like that shit.
Yeah, I mean it is. But I mean, yeah, I see it from multiple sides. Like, he getting caked up off of that though. But he do quote unquote help some of the people, but that's fleeting. You know what I'm saying? That's for a moment, but he gonna keep getting paid off those videos for a very long time. But he claims that he don't really make that much money because the
videos go ass load of views.
Because he said the videos are not well, he said the videos are not whatever friendly, advertiser friendly. So he doesn't make much money from it. That's what he claims. because
I
of
don't
the
believe
nature of what they talk about on there and the stuff that's on there, that
Yeah.
it's not advertiser friendly. So, which I can kind of believe that though, because they do be having some of everything. But he gets some money. Like, let's keep that above.
Yeah, I'm not buying it. I'm just not buying it. That motherfucker, he's using those motherfuckers, and yeah, I don't like that shit. They don't even realize they're being manipulated. Yeah. But thank you, Fred. I agree. Fran with me. Fran agree with me.
Yeah,
thank you, Fred. I agree. They're exploiting the shit out of those motherfucking women. I agree.
It's not
paying those women for paying those women like $50 or something like that, and he making $1,000 off these fucking videos and shit like that to exploit their asses and shit like that shit. I don't like that shit. Some white dude too. I don't like that shit.
And then he be sounding all kind of. It's been some different black women on there that was like strippers and stuff, and they had like the look that white men like, you know, a certain type of look. They was ones that wasn't like drugged out and like, you know, and they was, you know, put together and stuff like that. And he's like, oh yeah, you look hot and all of this different stuff. I'm like, he's a pervert. And who knows what the hell, like, because the one girl was like, she kind of said something like to suggest something, like had went down with them or something like that. I was like, I wouldn't be surprised. Because think about it, who they gonna tell? If he's giving them money or whatever, that could just be a front for him doing all kind of stuff with these women, different strippers and prostitutes and stuff. Like, yeah, I don't put none of that past them.
Yeah, he probably had sex with him after the interview.
He do. Some of the ones that he liked, there's some of the ones that's on there that's attractive and stuff like that. Oh yeah, I totally believe like he be trying to get it popping with them. And they're
underage girls.
Friends, but they're no, I'm saying, well, yeah, them too. But like some of the women that's on there, that's like grown women or whatever, like they're hoes. I mean, you know, like that's literally
like,
what
how
they
is he
do.
helping them with these interviews? He's not helping them with these interviews at all. How is he helping them any? They did an interview and you sent them off on their merry way. What? How did that help?
Yeah, and then they lining up. They lining up to be the next person to come on his channel. But I'm not gonna lie, some of the stories are touching, and it was one girl I was crying. Like some of the stories are very touching. I have to be honest, but it's very sad. Some of the stories, like.
I just feel uncomfortable listening to that stuff. Like, I feel uncomfortable listening to knowing what's going on and just like, why is this being talked about here? This isn't helping her. Like, what is this going? Like, how is this helping her? Everybody got an opinion about her, dissecting her. Now she got like, it's weird. I don't know. I just never felt comfortable watching that channel. That channel is. I don't like that channel.
Well, and also he exploited those, I don't even want to talk about it because I'm going to throw up. Them damn inbred white people. It's like them inbred white people that's in the mountains and stuff. And, oh my God. Like, they're like, I don't even know what they are. Like, I can't even explain what they are. They're like, it's so weird. And they just drool, and oh gosh, it's the most disgusting thing. And let me tell you who I felt bad for. They had a dog. I felt bad for the damn dog. I'm like, the dog is like, what did I do in life that I have to be here? Like, somebody help me. Like, it is, yeah. And people watch I can't watch it. Like, I've clicked on it before and look at a little bit of it, but it's so gross. And just, they need to be somewhere in a facility somewhere. or something. I
Always
don't
got
know. But
teenage girls. Always got teenage girls interviewing and everything else. I don't like.
he
I don't
definitely
want to
likes
listen to this. Like, what is this?
to
This
have
ain't.
young girls
Hey,
on there and
I
act
don't
like
like
he's
this.
helping them.
Yeah. Like you up here with this white man and this doing like telling all your dirty laundry and doing I don't know what else, and when the cameras go off and like I don't like this. And then even if you don't do nothing with them, would you just send them off when they marry way, send them back to their pimp or something? Like
Basically,
what are we doing here? Like what is the purpose of this channel? Like what is the purpose of this channel? Like what's the purpose?
He had that one woman on there with her pimp and stuff. That was crazy. That
what is
was
the purpose
crazy
of the
as hell.
channel? Like what is the purpose of the channel? Seriously, like I have to ask, like, what is the purpose?
And the pimp sitting up there talking about, I'm good with money. What? And she's like, he buys stuff for me, like toiletries and stuff I need. So you can't go to CVS and buy, like, I don't get that. I don't get it. You can't go to CVS or Walmart or whatever and buy your own toiletries. Like, you need him to go. I don't get that. Like, I mean, I know it's more to it. You know, it was just sad, but
I just don't get the purpose of the channel. I just don't get the purpose of the channel. What is this channel supposed to achieve?
Yeah, exploiting people. Basically, it's no end.
What about
no end in sight.
He don't even does he even have follow-up stories with any of these girls?
Yes, he got follow-up stories all the time. And it's one chick that died.
Wait.
And it be sad
one
because
died?
Oh yes. It's recently.
Exactly. So what good these interviews do? So what good these interviews do?
But here's the thing though, she died though in the midst of her getting better and stuff. She was in a facility, and because her dad had came on there. It was a black girl. Her dad had it was a lady who worked with this program. The lady was having mental issues, like she was like schizophrenic, and like I think she was on drugs or something. And she also was like, you know, prostituting and stuff on the streets. And her dad had been looking for her and everything. It was a really sad story. And so he had worked with this lady who has she does outreach to help people and stuff. And they had got her into a place where she was like, where it's like assisted living or something like that, I guess. And she was doing a lot better. She was on medication. She had started putting some weight on and stuff like that. She looked so much better. She could actually talk and stuff. She was doing so much better. And they said that one day they had like a little picnic thing, and she was out there and everybody was just having fun and stuff like that. And she had been doing so good. She was helping other new patients that was coming in, and they said she went to sleep that night and she never woke up. And she was like 20 something, like her late 20s. And they said that because the first thing people thought, it must have been some drugs or something, and she overdosed. There was no drugs in her system at all. They said that she had been on the street for so long, excuse me, that she had just developed, I don't know, just whatever. Her body was just not what it should have been. I guess she had been on the street so long, and she just ended up dying. And they said it was like natural causes, and they said it was no foul play or nothing. That it was no drugs in her system. That it was none of the above. Excuse me. And so her dad had came back on there for the update and stuff, and he really couldn't even talk about it. And he really loved his daughter. He really was trying to help her. So it was so sad because she had been on his channel multiple times. I think she was one of the people that had been on there a lot. She had a few follow-ups, and you seem she got worse, like in the beginning. And then once they started getting her help, they had talked to her and stuff. But she was doing so much better. She looked really good, everything. And yeah, she ended up dying, like just a couple months ago. So now, Pookie, they like she had been off. She was on like, I think at one point she was like on meth and stuff. Like, I don't know, but she had been off drugs for like several months. And she had been in this place, and she was on schizophrenic medication and antidepressant medication, but she wasn't taking like any street drugs like meth and stuff like that. And no, she had been clean from that for, actually, I think they said it was almost a year. Actually, my bad. And yeah, one night they said she went to sleep. It was her and her roommate. They had went to sleep, and when the roommate woke up the next day, the girl, she died. And they said it was natural causes. So yeah. But yeah, it was really sad. But yeah, they do be glorifying the pimp culture because they love having them pimps on there. And he loved hearing them pimps say the stuff they be saying. And he really be trying to make fun of the pimp for real, but he likes it. And it's so crazy because a lot of those pimps, I mean, which is a good thing, don't get me wrong, but one of the things they be saying is, I don't pimp with no black women and this and that or whatever, because he was like, they talk back. Well, I mean, it's good you're not pimping black women, ultimately. But yeah, they be like, I give me a good white girl, I had me white hoes and stuff like that. They be like, I don't mess with no black hoes. And he be like, why don't you? He'll like ask them like, why don't you have black women, or you have, black girls or whatnot? And they be like, nah, man. Nah, hell no. He was like, you can make more money with a white girl. Way more money, they said. So I'm like, But yeah. Yeah, I remember that too, the Bunny Ranch thing. And yeah, those women was clocking in and out. Like that was a job, like that's legal, like a legal job. Yes, I remember that. Nina said it was a real job with shifts selling their bodies. Yes, it was like, yeah, for real. They was clocking in and clocking out. That's crazy. But yeah, so yeah, friend, that was like something out of a horror movie. Them inbred people. Oh my God. Oh man.
I don't even want to see it.
You don't want to see it. You really don't.
There's no inbred white people. I'm alright on that.
And it's like, like they don't talk or nothing. They make noises like grunt and stuff. They be like, like, yeah, they don't say no words.
That's disturbing.
Yeah. And then they mom was up there.
Where was they from?
In the Appalachian.
Why am I not surprised?
Yeah. And they was like, their mom, they was like asking their mom, because she got three inbred sons. And they just drool and they grunt and make noises. They don't talk or nothing. And one of them had the nerve, oh God, one of them had the nerve to be up there chewing tobacco. I'm like, who in the hell? What? Y'all, I don't know. And they were so trashy and nasty and it's like, and they was asking the mama like, well, where? Like, I guess it was. I don't know if had them with her daddy, her brother, or who. But they inbred, so yeah. And they all jacked up mentally. Like I said, they don't even say words. They don't even say words. They just make noises and grunt.
Just make noises and grunt. And
and be like, hee. And it's like, what? And then, like, she's sitting up there with them three. Like,
that's what happens when you marry your sister.
And it's all nasty and dirty and stinking. And they was like, he was asking her about her house and stuff. And she was like, well, this trailer here. She was like, well, no. She said, I grew up. He said, well, where did you grow up at? And she said, right there. And she pointed across the street to a trailer. Some raggedy, ran down thing. Right there, that trailer. I was raised right there. And so you move from here to there 2 steps on some dirt road and some raggedy. It's horrible. I don't know, but clearly the mama is not right mentally. I mean, clearly she was abused, I guess, by her dad or whatever. So clearly she's not right. But yeah, because I couldn't really get to, like, was it her dad she had the kids by? Which I think it was. I think they was by her father. And yeah, they get Social Security checks. That's the only way they even living, cause you know.
That's sick.
Ain't it? And who, like, and they be having the nerve trying to talk about black people and stuff. But see, don't nobody talk about that. Don't nobody talk about, they hide that stuff, or they kind of keep that on the low. You feel me? They try to act like, oh, well, you know, that's not the norm. But it's a lot of trashy white people. And it's a lot of them people, I mean, and it's not even just them Appalachian people. It's all over the country. And they had a trend, like they are trying to talk about like the hood and this and that. You don't see us running around with these inbred people and stuff like these people have. And then not nowhere that I've seen that's like this. And then on top of that, like they have these raggedy trailer parks and stuff that's all over the country. Plenty of dirty, dusty, raggedy white folks. And they run around talking about black people and the ghetto and whatever. And you know something? I feel like when black people are poor, black people have more pride in themselves than white people when they poor. That's just my opinion. And I'm not saying that's every black person, okay? But I'm saying in general, I feel like black people have more pride within themselves, even if they are.
We know how to handle it better. We know how to get around and maneuver better.
Yeah, we still gonna try to, you know what I'm saying?
My life is over. You know, they sounded like, yeah.
Oh, their sister. My bad. That was their sister. Oh, okay. All right. I thought that was their mama. Oh my gosh. Yeah, like I said, I couldn't get all the way into it because it was gross and I had to get up out of there.
Yeah.
But yeah. A hillbilly. You say butter my buns, homie, a biscuit, corny. She said, she used to say butter my buns and call me a biscuit. But yeah.
Yeah, we've been on for a minute.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, the 4 hour mark.
Get off of here. Psycho sitting up here doing this to me.
My fault.
And yeah, it's a whole thing going on now with all these people that's not bathing, but that's a whole nother conversation for another day. But
What'd you say?
It's a non-bathing revolution going on with white people. I think that Coco, what's her name? Icy's wife or something. She said she don't bathe either.
Coco doing what?
Coco said she don't bathe.
She don't bathe? I think I heard something about that. Yeah.
Her, and then what's that dude's name? It's several of those white actors. They had said they don't bathe. Icy's wife Coco often reveals that she only showers when she feels icky.
When she feels icky?
Yes.
How often is that?
She says she does not shower daily, but on an as-needed basis instead. When she said when she feels icky. She said, I do what's needed. My hair. I wash my hair every 4 days. Yeah, but when I'm feeling icky, I'll get in the shower.
That's it. Yeah. That's some other shit.
Yep. I mean, that's just, wow.
Yeah, I heard something about that. People was talking about that like a week or two ago.
When she feels
saying white people don't bathe or whatever.
Yeah. And they said something about they don't put soap on their body or something. I don't know. But yeah. Anyway. Well, I feel icky every day if that's the case. Okay. Actually, I'm about to go feel icky right now when I get out here. I'm about to go hit this shower. But yeah.
Yeah, you got anything you want to say before we get out of here?
No. Nope. Yeah. Shout out to Psycho. Nah, I'm just playing. But no, I will see y'all on the next one. I'm tired, and yes, I'm about to go take a shower because I'm feeling icky, and we will holler at y'all. Well, Psycho, I'll be back Saturday, but I'll holler at y'all next week. Thanks you guys for tuning in. Appreciate y'all. But yeah, that's it. Stay black. Stay proud.
You already. Yep. Thanks very much to our beloved Jan of the community. And yeah, family, please do me a favor. If you haven't already, please click like, share, and subscribe. And it's very important that you click like. It gets us in the algorithm. It's also important that you share, let people know we breathing. And it's also important that you subscribe. And after you subscribe, please do me a favor and don't forget to hit that notification bell. It's very important to hit that notification bell every time, so you can find out every time we do go live. And plus, you want to be a part of the notification gang and get here bright and early so you don't miss none of the show. And sometimes we get shadow banned. That might be the only way you can find it. And yeah, to my haters out there, you already know what it is. It's about that time. If you had any issues with anything you heard today, us clapping on Nick Cannon's flawed logic and his warped out motherfucking opinions on things, or any of that, please express yourself by clicking dislike. You can still share this motherfucker. Don't be selfish. And then you might want to unsubscribe. You know what I mean? Because if you're pissed off about shit that you heard tonight, there's a good chance you're going to hear some more later, and why torture yourself? You know what I mean? Exactly. And family, please do me a favor. Please consider becoming a Patreon. If you do, you have access to any stream I do, whether I keep it up or whether I take it down. You also have access to exclusive content on there. And I also have no limits on there. Whatever you feel like the channel's worth, that's what you donate. All donations given does go towards the production of the show. As always, shout out to all my Patreon out there. I appreciate all of y'all. And family. Also, you can follow me on Twitter and the Gram and on Clubhouse at SYKOPATHeist, spelled the same way as the channel. And also, please subscribe to all our channels, family. You know what I mean? Sometimes, we might have to channel hop. And if we do, you want to keep up with everything it is we're doing. So please, you know what I mean? Go to the description, click on all the links, and make sure you subscribed everywhere. So, you don't lose track of us. That's very important. And also, family, if you're looking for any graphics, artwork designs, or logos, please consider hitting up our sister Renee at Renee Black Graphics on Facebook. Also, if you're looking for any t-shirts, hoodies, coffee mugs, all custom designs, please consider hitting up her store as well. Just like all the other links, all these links will be in the description as always. And yes, just like you see on the screen, I will be back on Saturday for my Wake and Bake build, around Saturday noonish, EST. So, scream at me. You already know. Be on the lookout for that. And, as always, family, I appreciate everybody for coming through. You know what I mean? Shout out to everybody out in the live chat, Mod Deep, everybody else that came through. Shout out to everybody out in the clouds that was just listening and being nosy. I appreciate y'all as well. You know what I mean? I want to give a peace and black power to everybody. Holla black at your boy and your girl. We out.
Battle anybody, I don't care, you die. Battle anybody, I don't care, you die. Battle anybody, I don't care, you die.
Yeah.
Battle, I accept.
Yep.
They all fail.
Yep.
Gonna grab sales double.
Let's go.